Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on some more Insignia dev, particularly working on environment backgrounds, maybe some tile set stuff, maybe some combat stuff. It's all on the table. All right, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat from Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. And I want to say a big thank you especially to our new followers on Twitch. We've got Supreme Sage and new subscriber Maho42. Thank you so much. 4 months. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I think things are going pretty well. I'm feeling pretty good. I am happy to just jump straight into it today. So why don't we do that? All right, I'm working on this sky background, and let's crank the music up. In fact, you know what? It might be a Stardew Valley kind of day, I think. Why don't we listen to the Stardew OST? Why don't we have a listen to that? Let me just set it up so I can give full credit. That's how I want to be doing my music on a day when I'm doing art like this. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got. So this is our environment. I don't actually have the project open at the moment, but yesterday we were working on, well, that's a bit loud, isn't it? Let's drop it down to about there. Yeah, I was working on a lovely lake water effect. Why don't we open that up actually, since we're here? Apparently I can't open it. Hello? It's there, but it's not there. I can't seem to open it. There it is. Cool. So yeah, I'm really happy with how that's turning out, and I'm just revisiting this scene. I've done this background at least twice now in the game's timeline, but it's the start of a new year, and it's always fun to just sort of take another crack at it. It doesn't take too long to do either, so it's one of those things that if you are going to put together a demo for your game, this is going to be in the background of a lot of scenes. It's kind of like I want to put my best foot forward a little bit, make a good impression. Interesting. There is quite a lot of sky, so I'm going to try to be efficient. Not get too caught up in details. In details? Indie tales. Okay. Pun intended, of course. Gotta remember to blink. I had so much eye strain yesterday. It was like insane. At the end of the stream, I was like, I had such a headache. A really big tension headache in my neck. The back of my neck. Oh, gotta remember to just like chill out. It's not like I'm particularly tense. It's just holding a certain posture for like hours and hours and hours does something to you. I always say, like, I don't get a lot of tension in my hands. I don't get like RSI or anything. I feel it in my neck. Is this sad? There's a little bit of it I have to figure out. I'm not sure how I want this to be. If this is cloud cover or what. Oh, the previous one? Yeah, that's true. I guess the kind of like subject of what's on screen during that song is sad. Yeah, that's fair. Context. Hello. Yep. What's up? What? You don't have to tell me every time. I can't do anything about it. There's someone coming tomorrow, that's it. Did you close the door? We've got some ants in the house. Hey, Timo. Oh, yeah? Oh, thank you so much. I'll keep a note of it. You played Stardew all day? I think I might be getting lost a little bit in this scene. The clouds, there's a lot of space for detail here, and I don't want to get too caught up in it. This is something that in the past I probably would have made a mistake at this point, just putting details into these clouds. But in reality, while putting detail into the clouds it's a step that I'll be undergoing, I think it's more important that I have like a good structure. So like, is the cloud shape, is that what I want it to feel like? How do I want the clouds to sort of be framed in the shot? So do I build up here maybe? You know, like if you think about it like this, do I want the clouds to be like this, like a line going out that way? Or do I want it to be more like this? I think this is probably better, but keep them sort of more intense around this sort of area. So instead, you know, maybe some of these clouds that are here are probably too built up. It's just like thinking at things at that broader level before getting stuck into the details, especially with a canvas this size. The game really started with the story. The story kind of came first. To be honest with you, like a lot of what informed the story was movies and books that I'd read as a kid. It's not really the most original concept, or at least, no, I mean, there are original parts of it, you know, for sure. But what I try to do with the story is take something that's familiar to me and put a bit of a spin on it. And I do that by taking from a bunch of different media and pulling references from each. So there are like bits of story fragments that are from Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. There are tiny bits of story fragments or like dynamics, I guess is a way that you could describe them. Like the hero, like when you think about the hero's journey, right? If you've heard of that concept, right? The hero's journey is something that it's an archetype, right? So almost every story that has someone who learns something at the center, right? Someone who's forced into becoming something greater than themselves to, you know, achieve some goal because of some outside pressure. That's the hero's journey, right? And we all sort of go on that journey in our lives. And so there's not really any sense in denying that those aspects of what makes stories work, those will be there no matter what you do, right? So what I do is I think about the hero's journey stories that I like, and I think about what's going to be different about this character and what are his particular quirks. And then what are some characters from fiction who sort of share something with this character who might be tested in a similar way. So, you know, there's aspects of even like the Prince of Egypt is a good story for hero's journey, and it covers something that I don't really see a lot, which is like a hero who's given a lot from the beginning, someone who's kind of spoiled and has to learn appreciation and being humbled. So like that aspect, that's something that I think there's a bit of inspiration there, but it's not like my character is necessarily like the prince, you know what I mean, of the story. It doesn't have to be that. It's sort of just this Good Samaritan kind of thing where, okay, what are some character moments or traits or ideas that we can show as flaws, and then how do we test those flaws? But there are some things like adventure tropes, like the idea of like the MacGuffin, like the thing that needs to be found in order to solve the problem. That my story has those. You know, it's like, oh, we need to find the blah blah blah, in order to stop so and so from doing the thing they are trying to do that's going to make everybody, you know, upset. It's like stuff like that is, there's no sense in trying to be original there in my mind. This canvas is huge. This is 960 by 540. This is a big boy. This is one of my favorite tracks. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Hey, Life's main player. I thought that name at first said Life Mansplainer. I was like, oh, it's an interesting name. Life's main player. Welcome. What do I think about pixellab.ai? I've never heard of it. What is it? Oh, it's an AI tool for Aseprite. I think I have heard of it then. Look, I don't really know what to say about that kind of stuff. Obviously, like, it's going to be at best a crutch. If it gives you some kind of insight, if it helps you create what you want to create, like, that's good. I think it's very hard for me to recommend something like that. Mostly because, you know, you're replacing, at least in some capacity, your own, you know, ability with something that is taking choice out of the equation. It's taking your effort out of the equation. And I think that there's something sad about that a little bit, but also I can understand, like, this is the same thing with programming, right? If you're using it in such a way that you fully intend to, like, basically paint over what the AI is giving you, that's, you know, there's something in that. Like, when I use Copilot when I'm programming, that's what I'm doing, right? I'm letting it fill in a bunch of stuff that I know I'm going to do anyway, and then I'm going in and replacing it. But I don't think with art it's as straightforward as that, because it's doing so much decision making for you if you're allowing it to sort of own the composition, that I question whether or not it's going to be valuable as a tool for learning or anything. Like, you might as well just be copying and pasting stuff from Google. And if that's the case, I guess I kind of think, like, well, it's not really going to help you be more original. It's not really going to help you be a better artist. It's sort of just it's just like not doing the art. At which point, you know, I want to sympathize with people who don't have the energy or the time or the skill to do pixel art, but, like, you've really got to produce something that made it worth it, if that's what you're going to do, if that's your approach. Because I don't know how to justify the time or the how do I put this, the lack of opportunity, right? Like, if you're one person and you literally, there's no one who you could work with. Like, if you were living on a desert island and you didn't have the skill to make, you know, pixel art or whatever, and you, for whatever reason, the only way off the island was to produce a game, and you used AI to do the art for you. I mean, that's great that you avoided having to work with somebody. But, like, in the real world, like, isn't it just a little sad that, like, that work that you got the AI to do could have been done by a person? You could have had a teammate, and instead we sort of skipped that part. I don't know what to say about that. It's very hard to, I don't know. I don't know what good use cases there are that aren't detrimental in some way. And I don't know. It's very hard. I think for most people, there is even for myself, if I think about doing AI art, right? If I think about sourcing AI art, it's kind of like there's an immediate feeling of, oh, thank goodness, I don't have to do that task. But it depends on what that task represents. So if it's a task wherein creativity used to live, like, let's say you want to make a logo for your game and you just can't, you just can't do logos. The idea of your game being given a logo for nothing, like immediately, that feels valuable. It's like, oh wow, I don't have to think about that. What a relief off my shoulders that my game doesn't have to I don't have to do a shitty logo and worry about all that. In that case, yeah, I guess it's a time saver. At the same time, it's like, well, someone out there could have done your logo and maybe done it in a way that helps shape what your game is in some way. Because you could take that decision about a creative decision or a creative opportunity of the logo design, and you could say that same thing about the character design and be like, oh, thank God I don't have to design my protagonist. Thank God I don't have to design my story. Thank God I don't have to design my levels. It's like, well, now, how do you really want to be doing game design? Because you've just replaced all of the things, you know? It's hard. You know? It's really hard. Like I'm not, I don't know, the Pal World stuff, to be honest with you, I'm a little bit, I don't really get it. And everyone in my life is like, why don't you get it? I'm like, I don't know, I just don't. I'm not trying to be like moral grandstanding against it or anything, but it doesn't really appeal to me. It feels like just a very kind of, it feels like a very derivative thing. And I guess it's like, what this all comes down to is like what role video games have to you in your life. If you see video games as sandboxes to play with, to play in with your friends, if that's what video games are to you, and they are that to many people, then of course, like you're gonna get value out of whatever sandbox is the most fun to play in. For me, I've never really gotten into them that way. So when I think about like the promise of like, oh, it's like Ark, but there's Pokemon in it and they have guns and blah blah blah. Like that, to me, that's like, well, that kind of like, to me, that's kind of antithetical to like what I like about Pokemon. Like for me, the Pokemon in Pokemon they're not disposable, right? They're like, these are my friends, you know, and I train them and I go on adventures with my friends. And those adventures are like an anime that I'm watching. It's not really a place where like emergent gameplay, I'm not really looking for that when I think about my Pokemon experience. And maybe like, sure, like there is a fun experience to be had there, and maybe I could enjoy it if I put my time into it. But like, I just don't know if I want to put that kind of time into that kind of game, and making it like derivative of Pokemon doesn't make that more attractive to me. That's nice, Sandesco. That's a really interesting take. I also don't really, I really kind of dislike this idea of like chasing success or valuing things just because they were successful. That really bothers me. Like, well, it made a lot of money, so that's how things ought to be done from now on. That concept really bugs me. Because like, that's like saying McDonald's should be given, you know, 3 Michelin stars because of how much money they make. It's like, well, hang on a second. Success and quality are different things sometimes, you know? Like, yeah, it's very like viral and like, it's definitely like something that's attention grabbing to think about. Oh, it's Pokemon and you can even catch humans in the game and it's crazy. It lets you do everything. Like that's a very like GTA kind of marketing pitch. But it's like, how many GTAs do you need? You know, how many like open world sandboxes is I feel like there's like an itch that needs to be scratched there, and there'll always be like room for rotation because like people just get bored of their current sandbox and they go play in a different one. But like at a certain point, is it not just sandboxes? Is it not just the same kind of thing? I don't know. And this is me as someone who doesn't particularly like that kind of game. That's just me, unfortunately. Like I'm not saying sandboxes are bad or that like open world games or like I love Minecraft. I happen to like that more than whatever, like more than Rust or Ark or, you know. I'm not that social of a gamer, so like what I like about Minecraft, a lot of it is like the single player side of it. I don't know. It's hard to it's hard to say like where my preferences come from or to justify them in any real way. I guess I don't have to though, right? That's the beauty of games. But I do find it weird that like, I don't know, as somebody who pursues this kind of thing as an art form, like I think about games and their applications for telling stories. To me, the idea of like a sandbox and the emergent stories that come from that's like one kind of experience. And the idea of just like, you're on an island and you don't have anything. So you punch some trees and you dig some dirt and you get some stuff, and then eventually you get guns, and then you have a base, and then you know, kill animals and you make better armor and equipment until you can go and catch, you know, bigger things and fight bigger stuff. Like that is Minecraft, and that is Valheim, and that is Rust, and that is Ark. It's like I've done this, and I get weird about it. Like I kind of get to a point where it's like, what's the purpose of even playing these games anymore? It's almost how I feel about MMOs. You know, like when I played Guild Wars, right, up until about 2010, and then Guild Wars 2 started coming out, and I spent like weeks on their forums, the Guild Wars 2 like fan forums, Guild Wars 2 Insider, and I spent more time on Guild Wars 2 Insider talking about the cool things that Guild Wars 2 was going to do, and getting, you know, clippings from magazine interviews and whatever, like website interviews, hearing little blog posts and scraping for information. I spent more time doing that than actually playing Guild Wars 2. Because once Guild Wars 2 came out, I was like, oh, it's just another, it's just the treadmill again. And I enjoyed it. Like when it's like, I like tourism. I like virtual tourism, you know, just like running around in a world and being like, wow, look at all the art and look at all the places that I can go and the music. Like being in a space, that's kind of fun. And like, you know, living out the story. But as soon as it becomes like the sandbox again, like a place where I meet up with my friends and we do the latest content to stay on top of the gear grind, like that, for me, I have no interest. Like I don't care. But the thing is, when we talk about Burnt Out, like I barely play those games. Like I really don't play them. I played Valheim for like 4 hours and that was it. That was like enough for me. But this is like one of those things where I think those games are fun. It's like, it's the fun you make with your friends. That's what those are supposed to be for. It's not really that the game has like that much content, unless, and I don't mean this in a negative way. I was saying this to my wife yesterday and she thought I meant it as an insult. Like, unless you have like a lot of time. Like if you're a uni student, these games are so much fun. Because you've got you and your friends, you meet up on Discord, you know, you chill out for a few hours, You run around, you get little jobs and campaigns and whatever that you have, and you kind of like set up a goal and, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to build that. That's fun. If you have like a lot of time and your friends are all into the same sort of thing as you. I just don't find myself in a position to do that. I mean, my wife doesn't do that. She doesn't really have a lot of time. We play games together. But I was saying, like, I used to play those games when I was at uni. Like, when I was 22, I would play games like that. And it's not to say that you can't play them after that. But maybe it's like, I don't know. Sometimes my friends get into it too, and I'll jump in sometimes, but I just don't really, I've never really had a group or a lifestyle that would, I guess, fit with that. Or maybe the word is a personality. My personality doesn't really gel with that kind of experience. I don't know. Because I don't know, maybe it's just the things that I'm motivated by. It's weird. I don't know. I don't mean to be a downer. I don't mean to be the kind of guy who's like, only the games that I like are good. It's not like that. It's just like, I just don't. This conversation has been wrapped up a little bit. It's been sort of bound up in two different conversations. One of them was about AI, and the other one was just me complaining about not wanting to play Power World, and everyone in my life being like, come on, play it. Like right now, I'm full-time doing other things. Every hour of my life is accounted for. Every waking hour, I'm busy, you know? Like today, most days, like if I'm streaming and I stream later than 1 p.m, it's because I was doing other things. Not because I was like bored and like, or like enjoying some other task. It's like, no, I was like busy. So I just, it's exhausting to think about putting time into like a sandbox like that. What do I think about the idea of having strong opinions without ever having played it? Oh, you sound like my wife now. This is the thing. It's not a question of like my opinions on the opinions that I have. I have limited opinions on it, but the opinions that I have are principled opinions. They're not opinions based on its execution. Like if I have fun in it, that doesn't mean that I would be that doesn't give me 3 hours of the day to spend on it. Do you know what I mean? Like if I just don't have the time, me having fun in it. In fact, I'm kind of like, what's the word? This is actually it's incidental that we're listening to the Stardew Valley soundtrack while we're having this conversation, because I feel this way about Stardew Valley too. I like Stardew Valley. Right? I like the world that it renders. I like the spaces, and I like the story and the characters and the things that you can do. But there comes a point in Stardew Valley where the fun that I'm having, quote unquote fun, I'm spending a lot of time in it. I'm very invested in it, But am I having fun or am I doing chores? Like there's a difference, right? Between like having fun and doing chores. And I find with open world games, there's so much of the fun is chores. And I don't mean chores in a bad way. I just mean it's like a Skinner box treadmill job thing, right? It's like, oh, I have to do this and then I have to do this. And I'm the kind of person that gets very compulsive about that stuff. Like it's very hard for me to put something down if I'm invested that way. Like, oh, I have to do this and this and this. Like the treadmill is it's not something that I really even want to get caught up in, because I know I'll probably, it's not that I think it'll be a bad game. I'm sure it'll be really fun, but I just don't want to go there, you know? Like in my life right now, I'm actually I'm trying to change a lot of my habits. I'm trying to change a lot of like what I'm doing. And I noticed that like a lot of my time has been spent recently not consuming the kind of media that I want. And I want to be consuming more story content in media. I want to be doing more reading. Like I've got a book that I started reading. So like, I also like I want to be developing skills that I was playing Street Fighter last year, right? And I played that game for the majority of the end of last year. Like I played a lot of Street Fighter and I hit master in it, and I feel okay about having hit master, but I feel way worse than I thought I would feel. Like it was kind of hollow to achieve it. And I realized kind of this same feeling that I guess I felt when I last was into fighting games competitively, where there is kind of like I got really sad. Like I got like really upset back in the day, because I really, really, really like the fighting game community. The games, like I played a lot of Street Fighter and I played a lot of Smash Brothers, and being a part of that community was really enjoyable, right? To follow the tournaments and the top players and to even go to those tournaments, all that stuff was great. Except I'm the kind of person who is very, what's the word? The way that I enjoy things that are like that, like competitive things, is kind of contingent on my ability to improve at them. And I get caught in this trap where I think to myself, I need to be better at this thing because I want to engage with it more. Like the barrier for entry to be competitive in Smash Brothers is stupidly high. You have to be so good to even do well at like locals, at like my local scene. Oh my God, like the people that were playing there were just so knowledgeable and had so much experience. And I'm someone who's been playing Smash Brothers probably before some of those people were born, but I don't have like 16 hours a day to practice, right? I just can't, I'm just not in the position to invest myself that way. And so in order to play with them and to be part of the community, it just meant going and losing, you know? And I found the same thing with Street Fighter recently. It's like I've hit master. I want to be continuing to invest myself in the game, but I don't know how to invest myself in a way that isn't to do with getting better. And I don't know how to get better. Like I'm just as good as I'll probably be given the amount of time that I have to spend every day. I just don't have the time to be competitive. So it's like I don't look at the experience that I've had and go, yay, I put all that time in and I feel good about it. It's more like bittersweet because it's like, oh, well, there's like a hobby that's died now, like all that time I put into it. And yes, I suppose if I was somebody else, you know, you could say, well, why don't you enjoy the experiences that you've had? You know, just like, you know, just think about them in terms of like the fun that you had along the way. Like, okay, sure, but I'm just not that guy for that kind of game in that kind of context. I just don't. I'm just engaging with it in a different way, and maybe it's an unhealthy way, but I tend to fall into those patterns. When I first started, I was like, I'm happy being platinum. I don't need to be diamond. And then I got hit diamond, and I was like, I'm happy being diamond. I'll probably never hit master. And then I hit master, and then it was like, well, I'm only here because I didn't settle. And I wasn't really happy. And now I'm stuck. And part of it, I think, is about like an escapism mentality, like using games to feel good about yourself when you don't feel good about other areas of your life, and then not getting the positive feedback when you start plateauing, and then like putting more time into it in order to beat the plateau. That's kind of what I end up doing. So, and the thing is, like, unless you have an inferiority complex, like, you're not going to spend time getting better at Smash Brothers or Street Fighter or any competitive game. Like, you're not going to play hundreds of hours of a game just because it's kind of fun to do. You know what I mean? To the point where you're actually competitive. You'll have fun and you'll get good enough until you are average, and then you'll sort of fall off because you don't need it. You know, but I'm the kind of person who ends up needing it, and it's not good for me. Because I'm looking to use it in a way that makes me feel good. So like, that's an area of my life where I'm trying to redirect that energy into a different place. And I've decided to be quite, what's the word? Specific about how I spend my time. Just because I've got so little of it, but I want to make the most of it. And an open world kind of sandboxy game at the moment, I just don't think I'm in the place to enjoy that in the way that, you know, most people are right now. Especially something that's not time bounded, like something where you can get lost in it for hours. Like, I'm not really in that position to play that kind of game right now. If I'm not going to get something specific out of it. He has powered up on his second monitor right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just feel the way that I feel. I'm not really going to change my mind on this one. It's not something where that's going to happen. I'm not looking for a solution either, you know? It's not like, oh, I wish I could do this. It's like, no, I really don't want to. Like, I can't express how little I'm interested. Because I've got so many games I need to play. So many. I haven't played Lies of P. I haven't played Armored Core. I haven't played... there was a couple other games last year that came out that I wanted to play. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out in like a few weeks, and I'm in the moment just playing Remake, just recapping it so that I can come into the new game with like a fresh memory. Like, I'm busy. I got a lot of games. Hmm. Time to pull back a little and see if we can get this looking a bit better. Like those are all like 40-hour plus games. And I probably should be spending at most an hour and a half, maybe 2 a night. Otherwise, like, oh boy, I'm so busy. I got so much work. I got the Insignia demo. I got the playtest for the feature test. I've got a website to build and a Steam page. I've got Patreon page to keep updated, which I'm not currently doing a very good job of. I got jobs to do as well in my personal life that I'm just putting off too much. I gotta get new glasses. Probably due for a dental appointment. No time for Power World. No, I'm just like, I got so much on my plate right now. Yeah, like even Pizza Tower, there's no chance. Like I just have no chance that I'll play Pizza Tower. Like maybe Sea of Stars, maybe. I've got Blasphemous still on the back burner. I'm playing Sackboy with my wife, and we started playing The Quarry. When she's got time, like I gotta kind of drop everything and play with her because she doesn't have a lot of time very often. I'm busy. Do I only play games with medieval fantasy themes? No, I was just saying I was going to play Armored Core. That's not medieval fantasy. That's like sci-fi mech robots. But I do like medieval fantasy. It's not a rule though. Also, Final Fantasy VII is a sci-fi game. It's not fantasy. It's not medieval either. Gacha games? Ugh, I just don't have any interest in them. Sorry. Oh man, today I seem like such a downer. I'm such a naysayer, but like those gacha is not like a genre that is, at least as far as I'm concerned, as far as my experience can say, gacha is it's a monetization strategy. It's not a genre, right? It's like saying, do you like pay to earn games? Do you like pay to play? Like, or pay to win? Like, why would I like that? It's kind of like an anti-consumer way of making games. It's like it's just there to pull money out of you. It's like saying, do you like those gumball machines, the actual gacha machines? Like, I don't like them. If I could just buy the figures, I would do that. But then, you know, the gacha. This is the thing. Every game that I know of that has gacha elements, those elements are the least good elements of the game. Like, there's a Final Fantasy VII complete retelling on mobile, right? It's like the full FF7 experience, which is amazing. It's amazing value, right? To be given all of Final Fantasy VII and Crisis Core, and I think even Advent Children. There's like so much content on this thing. It's like free to play, but it's like all of the things that make it valuable is like, oh, you can pay money and you get such and such, character wearing this outfit. Like there's like the whole like loot economy thing in like a story game. I do not understand that. Like when games, I don't know if you guys get this, but like mobile ads for mobile games, where they're like, you can sign up today and get 7 million points to spend and get a legendary character. Like, that means so much less than nothing to me, Like, I don't get it. Does anybody like that stuff? Do you guys get into that stuff? Like the kind of like trading card, like mentality, the trading cardization of games? Because like those games 10 years ago, those games were considered like the worst possible kinds of experiences. They were like a blight on gaming. Like I was doing a design degree, and we were doing research on those kinds of experiences as like an academic thing. Like I had assignments about those kinds of products, because apps were quite new. It was only 2010, 2011. So like we were finding, this was like, oh, look at what kinds of things people are making, and look at the kinds of ways people are engaging with them. And the Simpsons game, Tapped Out or whatever it is, that was new, and people were playing it. And Farmville, that was the other one. Farmville and Simpsons Tapped Out were like quite new. And it was very like clear to everybody there. Like it was like the conversation was very cut and dry that like, oh, all of these new kinds of games are here because there are some people who have addictive personalities and not a lot of discipline, and will spend thousands of dollars in these games. And so the games are successful because there are people that they call whales who will spend money, like crazy amounts of money on these games. To me, it's like, if your game is based on that mentality, if that's your strategy, that's kind of unethical, right? Like that's kind of probably should be illegal. I don't know. I haven't really paid much attention to that genre, or even like that circle of games. Yeah. Well, gacha is a Japanese word. I don't know what gacha means. Yeah, that's the thing. Most of the people who are the whales, they're not well off. They're actually like, average middle class people, or people who are low class, right? Who have like who don't have the money to spend on this stuff. We have this problem in Australia. We have what we call like pokie machines. It's slot machines, right? Like at a casino, where for whatever reason it's become a cultural thing. If you go to what's called an RSL, so we have clubs that are how would you put them? They're called RSLs, Retired Servicemen's Leagues clubs. So like they started as or bowling clubs. So they're basically either sports clubs or they're clubs for people who are like veterans. But really what it is like, it's a restaurant, like a bistro kind of thing. And it's attached to maybe a sports bar, and maybe they've got lawn bowls out the back, and you can hire them out for functions or go there to watch some sports on a Saturday afternoon. And you know, there's typically like there might be a function room as well. So it's sort of just like you typically have to pay $10 to get in. There's like an entry fee or like a membership if you live within 10 kilometers of the place or whatever. These places typically will have a room called a VIP room. That's just it's just a slot machine casino, like an Australian. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. I mean, this is pubs too. It's not even just RSLs, but RSL. I'll show you this. So this is an RSL, right? It's like they'll have like some kind of a bistro. They'll have like a gambling area. They'll have Keno there, where you just like, it's like another gambling thing. And you know, they're fine. Like, they're just places to go. But they all have these slot machines. Like, it's just like a thing in Australia where like every single one of these places will make most of their money on people just spending their pension gambling. So like, there are people who just like lose their entire lives on these things. Like, it's just like a complete sink. And it's mostly older people. It's mostly people over 60. And they'll just spend like all day just gambling their pensions away. It's really sad. And it's like, nobody does anything about it because it makes a lot of money. Man dies after all-night pokies binge. Probably a way to launder money. So like, when I think about games and this in the same context, I just think like, it's so far out of the idea of gambling in a game being like the core design mechanic or the core monetization strategy or whatever. Like, even, gosh, I put out a game, Arrowbound, that had ads in it, and I felt gross about that. Like, I didn't even like that. And that's totally standard. Like, my YouTube videos have ads in them. But there's something weird about like designing something in such a way where you're trying to maximize because like a feature like that, whether it's ads or gambling or whatever, the features are designed to make money. So designing the feature well means designing it in a way that makes more money. There is no ethical limit. There's no like, well, I'll design it this way and that'll make me just the right amount of money and it won't exploit anybody. It's like, well, because that's the opposite of what you're designing, right? You're designing something for the purpose of making money. So why would you ever make it be less effective at doing what it's doing? So that, for me, is where it's kind of like, I get like alarm bells, because it's like, I don't make games for this purpose. Like, this is not the reason why I'm here on this planet making games or spending all this time on like Insignia. There's no version of this project where gambling or monetizing it in a way that like doesn't allow me, or like is like counter to the artistic expression. There's no world where that becomes a valuable or desirable like outcome. Like, if someone said, oh, why don't you just like if you make this change to Insignia, you'll make more money. It's like, well, I don't want that. That's not why I'm making the game. And if I wanted that, I wouldn't be making this at all. Like, there are so many better ways to make money. And even just like in general, like if that's what I cared about, I probably wouldn't be a game dev. Like, it's just a different, to me, it's like almost a different industry. And so that's why, to me, I actually find like, I find Genshin Impact very strange. I find it really strange because it, for all intents and purposes, it looks like quite a quality game. It looks kind of good. So the fact that there's like good content in a game that is considered a gacha game, I almost don't know what to do with that. You know, it's like, where do I put that in my little, you know, whatever, in my dictionary of game experiences and how to think about them? I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, there's just something strange about that. I don't know what to say. Because there'd be people on the team who care about telling a cool story, and there'd be people on the team looking to make money. And there's probably, I think it's like this. If you start going down the road of examples, you're kind of you're in that ballpark territory of the, hey, Ashing, thank you so much for the sub. You're in that ballpark territory of the what do they say? They say the exception proves the rule. Because it's like, imagine, like there's no real reason for Genshin Impact. How do I put this? Most games are not Genshin Impact, right? And Genshin requires, to make Genshin, the company would have had to invest quite a lot of energy into making the game's story and non-monetization based elements very, very good for a much longer term payoff, right? It's like, we can actually get you so much more invested in this world if the world is a beautifully rendered, fun place to be. And then we can monetize you. That actually requires way more discipline than the kinds of thinking that gets you into making those worlds in the first place. So it's very disciplined, and it's very, you know, impressive, and probably no more ethical than the other kinds of games. But I don't think of it as the kind of game that will stick around, because or at least it won't change the genre, right? Maybe there'll be more of them, but, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Like, I guess what I'm saying is, there are cynical forces that make games gacha games, right? Because, like, why not just make it a paid game, and then you just pay for it up front and you play it, you know? Like, if you want to tell a good story, like, there are better ways to do that. Like, you just make the story you want and then sell it for a set price, and then wait for the reviews to come out. The same way every other game that's like a single player game, or even an MMO, like, gets sold. Even subscription based games are more honest, right? Because, like, well, you can cancel at any time and your experience is not going to get better. You can't, like, subscribe harder to World of Warcraft. I guess you can, like, buy gold, but they try really hard to make sure people don't buy gold, right? It's really just like a ticket in, but once you're in, you know, everyone gets to share the same experience. But the idea of, like, well, if I pay more money, I get more game. It leads down this dark path of, like, how do we give you, what's the least amount of game that we can give you that feels like a lot, so that you have a hunger for more, and you're still enjoying what you're doing, but you know you would enjoy it more if you had more. There was a game that came out many years ago now, but I was kind of into it at the time, called, well, the original game was called Star Siege Tribes. Tribes was an FPS, and it was quite an innovative FPS at the time. It was back in, like, the Doom era. It's, like, very, very old, like pre-Half-Life. But it was this multiplayer game where it was famous by this mechanic called skiing that was like a bug, much like the Smash Brothers wave dashing, there was like a bug where if you could slide down hills by holding spacebar, and you had a jetpack. So the idea is you slide down the hill. Well, actually, you couldn't slide down hills. You just had a jetpack, right? But if you spammed the spacebar, you would slide down the hill and gain momentum. So the jetpack that would normally get you like here and then you fall down, you could ski down the hills and then use the jetpack and go like way further. So the game became this like really high paced, like high octane movement based game. And the fact that it was projectile, like the guns were projectile guns, meant that you had to like do crazy ballistic trajectory projections in your head to like snipe someone out of the air who's like moving at an extreme pace. You could like, there were some people who were so good at like picking the speed someone was flying across, firing a projectile and having them collide perfectly. Anyway, the remake of Tribes, when Tribes like came back, it was free to play, but it was pay to win as well. So you would get the first, so the game it's a class-based shooter. So you have like tank classes and like a sniper class and like a soldier class. And the soldier class is kind of the weakest. And there were other classes that were just better. Like you just had more access to more interesting and more specialized gameplay stuff. But you only got access to the soldier class, like the base one, unless you paid. You could also earn in-game currency, but it took me 6 months to get one of like the 7 extra classes. Like it took so long, so much grinding to get one more class. But you could get that class by spending like $15. And I just remember thinking like, this is insidious. This is like so shitty, right? Because you spend so much time. There's just no, it feels like you're being like mocked. You know what I mean? Like it feels like the game is just like laughing in your face. It's like, just spend the money, man. Just spend the money. What are you, poor? That's what it feels like. So that kind of thing, I just can't really get behind it. It's just not like what my gamer DNA responds to. What do I think about mac and cheese? The food? Yeah, it's fine. It's not great. Like, it's not really something that probably should exist. but it tastes good. I always feel kind of weird eating it. It's like, man, there's so much cheese here. Is this a healthy amount of cheese? Am I going to regret this later? Like, there are better pasta dishes, but as a side, it's okay. It's kind of a fad, right? It's like, it's one of those things where like, it's like bacon in like the late, like the 2010s. It's like, bacon. I love bacon. Like yeah, okay, everyone loves bacon. We don't have to put it on everything. It's fine. Mac and cheese is fine. It's just like not, you know. I'm not very passionate about it. I'm in a mood, man. I'm in a mood tonight. I'm drinking the haterade. Speaking of Gatorade, why do they make it so that you can drink it so fast? They always fix those nozzles in such a way that you take one sip and like you get half the bottle. What do I think about puppies? I've come around to dogs, actually, since my wife's dogs. I kind of feel I used to think I was a cat person exclusively. I was like, dogs are dumb, cats are the best. Now I feel like, well, you know, maybe they're all cute. I was scared of dogs for a long time as a kid because I had a few experiences, like bad experiences with dogs. I got bitten a couple times. Or just chased around. Like I never had a dog, so I didn't really know how to act around them. And I was scared, and they always get, especially young dogs, they get too excited and they get nippy if you if you run away from a dog, you just might get bitten just because the dog thinks you're playing. Especially if they're not a well-trained dog. So I had a couple of experiences like that, and it did not put me and dogs off to a good start. What do I think about babies? I mean, I want some eventually. My sisters have a few, and I enjoy being their uncle. I think it's a lot of responsibility, and I really want to be in a place in my life where I can take on that responsibility. I'm a little concerned about my sleeping habits, about not being able to maintain having a child and getting my own sleep. That's certainly a concern of mine. Art style intellectual infringement. Games like Crowsworn and Deviator look so similar to Hollow Knight. Dude, oh, you've picked the right day to hear me rant about this. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's not a great strategy. It's not even, I don't even understand creatively why someone would do that. I get like specific techniques. Like if you want to do something where you're using a lot of vignetting, right? And Hollow Knight uses a lot of vignetting and depth of field blur. Fine. Because it's like a technique. It's like a tool, right? It's like, oh, I've seen this person use hammer and nails to do this job in their game. So I will use hammers and nails to do this job in my game. Whatever, to build their house. That's fine. That makes perfect sense. Even like, I feel like a little... I even feel like a little about like this water that I added. Like... I might come back to this water and do more stuff to make it more Insignia water, right? Because, you know, this is the water from Kingdom, right? It's not like necessarily the water that will fit Insignia's aesthetic. Maybe it is. It's pretty what's the word? Unstylized anyway. It's just a reflection, right? It's just a reflection with some particles on it. It's fine. So, but I'm still motivated to like finding something unique in it and doing something of my own. Everything else here, like, I feel like is pretty much me, right? Like I didn't copy anything from anywhere to get to this point. Not even rendering techniques, but like, what possible thing could you, I mean, it's just so like, this is like, that's just Hollow Knight. Like, that's just Hollow Knight. And you know what? It's kind of confusing. It doesn't even really make sense because like, this is supposed to be this way because it's supposed to be bugs. Like the depth of field blur and the vignetting and the proportions of all the art is designed for insects. So why does this Silent Hill inspired blacksmith and this what do they call them? Plague Doctor. Why are they so tiny? Like, I don't understand. It's kind of confusing that it even exists this way. Other than to just capitalize on Hollow Knight. I just find that it's kind of weird. It just doesn't. Yeah, I mean, gosh, it's just Hollow Knight. Like, all of the design decisions for how the game looks were made by somebody else. Look at this, man. Like, I don't know. Because it's, you, I don't know. It doesn't appeal to me. I don't understand why someone would do that. Even down to like the intricate metal work on the the stairs and stuff. Hey, Arkham Pixel, welcome, welcome. But even the Stardew clones, I don't get that either. Like, I guess if you're just trying to speak to a specific audience, like, if it's like, this game is such a cult hit that we just want more of them, I get that from like a marketing perspective, like from like a business perspective. Like, we just want more of this thing, so let's make more of it. Studio Ghibli is a bit like that as well. Like, there are a lot of anime films that are basically just Ghibli films, but they're not made by Studio Ghibli because, you know, they don't make movies fast enough for the demand, you know? I guess I get economically why it exists. Like, I get why people do it, but I don't understand why people do it. If that makes any sense. Like, I don't know. You know, one thing I do understand is like, I guess this is how, I mean, this is how I could see it happening. You are a student. You are going through your game dev course. You're playing Hollow Knight. You love Hollow Knight. You're looking to flex your muscles creatively or technically, and you're like, I really like this game. I wonder if I could recreate it in my engine of choice. So you start making it, and then you realize, oh, I've actually made most of the mechanics here. I'm going to keep finishing this game. That I understand as like how someone gets to that point. if that's what those games are, fair enough. But I do think that it creates an awkwardness around the identity of the thing. Why spend so much time on a mountain? Because of the impact that the mountain will have on you when you see it. And because I enjoy creating art. This is the point. You actually asked the perfect question for this conversation. Like, I'm expressing myself. I'm doing what I love. This is why I'm making this game. I like drawing mountains. If I couldn't draw mountains, I probably wouldn't be making the game. This is 960 by 540. Can you imagine somebody might enjoy the thing that they're doing? I do get asked that question all the time. At the moment, I'm on a sprint towards getting some funding for the game. Once I have the funding for the game, I'll be transitioning to a more director role as I build a team around me. Once that team is in place, we will be able to get much closer to giving you a release date. But before that happens, I cannot give you a release date. What I'm working on right now is I'm backtracking. I'm going to earlier parts of the game to polish them up so that I can pitch them. So right now, negative progress. Insignia's release date creeps further away. Thank you, ZipDog. We're almost there. It's going well. I'm finding ways to enjoy being myself and working at my pace and doing things the way that I feel comfortable, which is an important thing that I've identified. So this year it's been a bit of that, just like making sure that I don't lose myself a bit. Because I'm taking on a bunch of new stuff and I'm a little, you know, it's always anxiety inducing to do that. So I'm trying to like maintain a sense of confidence and yeah, just enjoy what I'm doing. It's so easy to forget to enjoy it. Hey Masterful Monkey, thank you so much for the six gifted subs, taking us over the line for our sub goal for the week. For the month. Thank you so much. We hit the goal. 600 sub points. Hey Hakan, thank you so much. Hey Frump, thank you so much for the sub. Foha. Oh, thank you. Well, hopefully I can keep blowing you guys away. Why did I pick this canvas size? I picked this canvas size because I want the game to be able to scroll. Does it make sense? So it doesn't, the canvas is bigger than one screen, but as I move, I need to show pixels that you couldn't see before. Right, as we go to the left or to the right and it moves to the left, I need to be able to reveal more of the canvas that was off screen before. No, my camera size is 640 by 360. My palette's a custom palette. I just made it from scratch. There was no inspiration. It's just evolved over time. Hype train! Thank you so much, Crick, for gifting those subs. Thank you, thank you. Wow, wow. We're making it happen, pals. 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Boha says, I've run into problems with friends playtesting my game in a different aspect ratio monitor when full screen. 1 pixel wide eyes would get distorted. Is this a common issue? No. Well, not in my game, because I have put in, like, there's code specifically designed to not let that happen. My game does this at the moment. Right, this is like the canvas size, right? That's just what the game is rendered in. And then every multiple of 2 from that, I allow you to scale. Right, so this is like 1280 by 720. And then if you go another one, it's 1920 by 1080. Right, so if your monitor is like this big, let's just say, okay, let's say your monitor is this size, which is a weird size for your monitor to be, but let's just say it is. All I do is just put black bars here and here. I only render the game at a size that works for the game. So if you have like a tall, like a 1080p monitor that's just like a little taller, like a 16 by 10 monitor, then you just get something that looks like this. I don't render more of the game off screen. And I don't squeeze it either. It's up to you. The different games handle it different ways. Yeah, so like with a widescreen TV, you end up with something more like this. Let's say you have like an anamorphic or whatever, like super wide. The game just renders inside of, it just does black bars on this side. And then it just shows you 1080p in the middle. That's just what it does. And you could go even wider, you just get more black. The reason for this is that, look, I guess I could cater for wider monitors. The thing that they do in Stardew Valley and a lot of other games, specifically top-down games, it tends to be pretty easy to just extend the bounds of the view, right? Like just let them see more. But with a platformer, a lot of the time the game is designed around there being like rooms, and your line of sight is very specific. Like the distance that an enemy can see you, for example. An enemy can see you once they're on screen, right? There's like a certain range where it's like maybe 2/3 of a screen where an enemy goes, huh, and then they chase after you. If you can see way more of the game, the ranges of enemy vision becomes more arbitrary. Also, like a lot of my levels are rooms that have like a like the exploration element comes from your position. So if you can see further than you can go by like a lot more, now you can see the whole level layout in one go. It's kind of awkward just to be able to like see the full game. Like I can't hide anything from you now unless I do some kind of you know, torch, like a fog of war. But then why would I do that? So there's, at the moment, I've just done the simple thing, which is just like scale as much as I can, and then just let it go from there. It depends on the game. Some games don't suffer, right? Like Stardew Valley, it doesn't suffer because there's not really a navigational element to that game, and there aren't really any level bounds, right? The game doesn't like break if you can see off the edge of it. You just can't see, it just becomes whatever. Whereas Insignia, like off here, it breaks. Like there's just nothing here to look at, and I haven't designed it to look good if you could see off the edge. Same over here, like this. If you can see this line, I've made a mistake. You know, like I've screwed up. I want to see more of the mountain. My clouds haven't been updated. Or have they? Are those the same clouds? No. So what is this called? Reconcept Sky. But it's not locked. Why did it an update? Right? That's a problem. Oh, wait a second. There are two versions of this. What the heck? Why aren't these part of the users Atom Insignia assets sprites background 3 Athenium Road? Did I not have I not? Okay. Oh, weird. It just updated. Okay, whatever. I made a mistake. Strange. What is that black shape? Oh. Oh. Be gone. Cool. Good start. Maybe. Ah! Trick to this is you use a brush that's 3 pixels wide, and you get that little, you get a little point at the top, and then you can just drag down for the most part. Happy little trees. So you get your single pixel details without having to compromise anything. The line brush? Not often. To listen to me whine. Back comb my hair Bob Ross style. Bob Ross had an afro. How do I create an afro out of this? I mentioned funding. What are my thoughts on industry funding situation at the moment? Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I can really control, so I try not to think about it. Did I look like Skrillex? I don't think so. I think I got glasses and that's about it. Skrillex? Doesn't Skrillex have a much like different shaped face? Boom. Wow, it's cool the way that the framing makes you look at the mountain when you're here. It's like, wow, look at that mountain. And then like as you walk over, it's like, whoa, there's a farmhouse. You know, it's so like it pulls you back in. I mean, Skrillex is very talented. I respect that. I used to listen to Skrillex music back in the day when it was popular. I use FL Studio for my sound effects, but I'm probably not going to be the one making the final sound effects for this game. Okay. Only when I press that. And then I need to press Control R at the moment, but if I have hot reload enabled, or if I have the the asset reload thing turned on, you can make it automatically update. I don't have to drag the picture over, if that's what you mean. Ugh. Hey, Rogue Linku. Welcome. Oh, okay. I might bring this level back a little further. Hey, Tom. Might take one of these away. I didn't really move it much. What did I move? You mean like this part? Mm. Good evening, Dave. I do feel like maybe we've lost a little bit of something by pushing it back so far. Like this could be further back. I kind of like it this way. This way is good. And then it's just this hillside. We're running out of pixels here. I suppose I could just copy, paste, and then flip it. Ta-da! When do I decide to create a second sprite sheet rather than adding animations to the base character sheet? I typically have... okay. One thing I would caution you against is thinking about sprite sheets as if you were making a Super Nintendo game in the 1990s, or like you need to make something for sprite as resource. Okay? Those things are not necessarily the most practical way to make a sprite sheet. What's practical is that everything in the sprite sheet that relates. So like, for example, I'll have a sprite sheet called Armin idle. Idle will contain the 3 different animations that happen during the idle. It'll just be him standing, him breathing, him leaning to one side or the other side. That's one file. Then I'll have a file called Armin run, and that'll typically just be one run loop. Oftentimes my enemies are one sheet. So an enemy will have idle, run, attack, blah, blah, blah. But for my main character, like there's so many animations that it would be stupid to put them in one file. So it's more about like what's just makes sense for you from a management perspective, like what's easy to manage. Because there's no advantage to having multiple files or fewer files. It's just up to what's easier to handle. If you're, opening up some 7,000 frame ASprite file, and you have to drag all the way across to find one animation, it's not worth having a file that big. Yeah, you can have one animation per file. It's fine. You do what you like. It's just about organizational stuff. Okay. I think we're pretty good here. I might actually bring some of the mountain. Oh wow, it just ends there. Okay. How do you choose the Unity version? Pick the latest version that exists at the start of your project, and then stick to it unless you're going to update it constantly. I think that's a valid strategy. They say don't update. I actually think if you update every version, then it's okay. Because you'll always be fixing the little bugs or whatever that come up from the incompatibility. The issue is when you start with a version and then you wait like 5 years and then you try to update. That's a problem. So I just picked the latest long-term support version, LTS. I usually update like once every year, once every couple of years. Right now I'm on 2022 point something, 2022.3. So I'll usually update when there's a major feature that comes out. If there's something huge that I literally would change the way I make the game, then I'll consider it. So like when Timeline came out, that my game could not exist without the timeline now. So I updated for that from like 2018 or 2017 to 2018 or something like that. In fact, I think in 2017 it was called Unity 4.7 or 5.1 or something like that. Like I was literally, Unity was making the 2D support while I was working on the game. So I was updating every 6 months or so. Even like nested prefabs didn't exist until 2019. So you couldn't have a prefab that had a prefab in it. Which is now seems like absurd. Like it's crazy because I've got nested prefabs everywhere. Like my menu system is just a bunch of prefabs that live under a bigger prefab. Do I ever revisit Throneless? I've thought about it. Oh, where did my hillside go? Where did this go? One thing that's really annoying about parallaxing is that oftentimes, if you're talking about the position of something, it's based on the anchor point. So like here, these are anchored up here. So as you pull them back and they go towards the horizon, this is what goes to the horizon, not this. But this is at eye level. So what I should probably be doing when I import this is to take this thing, go into the sprite editor and drag this down so that this is like the eye level. So I say like 0.5, 0.7 or 2.5 or whatever it is. That's where the eye line really is. And I should be doing that for all of these. This will break everything, but it'll be easier to fix from that point onwards. So I might even get away with like just taking all of these. You just got to bear with me here. I made a mistake. Bum, 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 bum. Why is the pivot in the center? Why did it do that? Wow. This is definitely based on Undertale, this track. Now I don't know what I'm doing. I did something and I regret it. Why doesn't that do anything? That's very weird. What? It doesn't change if I drag it down and save it and start it? What? Well, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know that at all. I've never seen that before. It should start where I started. Otherwise, how have I been adjusting it all this time? I'm a little scared now because I feel like all of my parallax backgrounds rely on the same logic. What is the logic? Do I have a start pause? Uh-huh. Transform position. Yeah, that makes sense. It's fine, Elzatras. I'm trying to fix something a little differently at the moment. The way I see it, this pivot point, wherever that, it doesn't matter where the pivot point is. It just matters that, like this should be ideal because they all have the same pivot and they all fade towards, oh, I guess because 0, 0 is the horizon. Okay, I'm just gonna try something. Okay, let's say I put Armin right there, and then I move everything around him such that as long as he is not selected. That didn't seem to do squat. So yeah, I might just close and reopen this scene. Oh. I should be able to take the pieces and move them and have them start in a different spot. But I should be able to take the entire thing and move it. That is weird. Because it actually didn't move, but the pieces did. And the pieces, I mean, they have a scene position. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's so weird. That's like the wrong color. And even then, not exactly the right color. Strange. Like they're all set to 0. If I move them up or down, it shouldn't really matter. I mean, I could change the pivot point back to 0.5, but I just don't know why I'm doing that. I don't think Unity is the problem. I think it actually might be a logical thing first. Let me just see. I'll just review it. So... Good night, Crispy Biscuit. The travel is the camera's position minus the start position. It's the start position plus the parallax travel plus the scroll parallax travel. What is the parallax travel? That's the travel times parallax vector. Okay, it makes perfect sense to me. Scroll parallax is the scroll travel, which I don't know what that is. Ugh. Well, scroll anchor is probably not set, but I don't think it needs to be set either. If scroll anchor is not null, otherwise it's just vector 2.0. So it'll just be nothing. It seems pretty straightforward to me. I don't think that closing Unity will change it, but for you guys, I will close Unity. Since you asked so nicely. Oh, do you know what? I think it's because I'm... Wait, but the transform dot position should be based around the pivot. Is the pivot creating a zoom effect? Huh? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Zoom effect. Basically, there's the... Think of it this way. This is the player position. This is the camera. The closer I can have to the asset looking like it needs to when it's transformed is where the player position is at the start of the level, the better it will behave. So if I've got a mountain that's like this, if I start the level and the player is here and the camera is here and the mountain is here, it should be exactly where I placed it in the scene. As the camera moves across, the mountain should just try to keep up with the camera by some rate. So, not Z, that's right. Just the X and Y. So what's happening here is that the background that we're looking at here, it has parallaxed whoops. This has parallaxed to 1.09. For that to happen, the camera has to have moved. But the camera's position is 0.305 and Armin's position is it's like we've moved like 35 pixels really. So to me, that's not enough travel to warrant the background being where it is. Background should be basically where I put it. Now the question then becomes, okay, so then when we talk about the background's position, right? The position is I guess here. But the where the player is standing or where the camera is should be about there too. Which is true, right? The player is about where that pivot is. I mean, that's the pivot, that's the player. It's not a great difference. Now the parallax factor is 98, which is very high. So let's have a look. The travel times the parallax factor. In this case, the travel is defined as the camera's position minus the start position. Start position is 0 on the y-axis. Camera's position is 0.35. Well, I mean, take 0.35 and multiply it up. Maybe you do get that value. 98. Yeah. I mean, the answer is 1. Like it's ended up at 1. Well, here's what I'll do. Let's take let's take Armin. Oh, I see what's happened. Armin's position is 0. This position is 0. Oh, it's already too high at 0. So the eye line, I mean, and that's assuming we're looking at Armin. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe 0.5 is better. But even so, this is what I don't understand. If I move this down, now a different story. Right? It should start here and then it should adjust the same amount. So the starting position is weird. Maybe I should put it on awake. Maybe. Like the start position should inform how it works, and it was doing that before. And me changing the pivot shouldn't affect that at all. I didn't make any code changes. So why is it not respecting where I placed it? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's not even a Unity thing. It's just like it's my code. My code is what's making it happen. So this, the start position of this thing, it says y is 0, but we've got to subtract 1.16 from that. So we'll see if it says 0 or negative 1.16. Thank you. Hey, Violet. So we're looking at the sky, which is BG0, negative 1.16. That is the starting point. That's very strange. If I move this all the way down here, 3.36, which is the starting point. So then how do we oh, is it that the camera has traveled even further from this position? So it parallaxes out the other way? Oh, that's very bizarre. Oh, I see. So typically, when we did a sky like this, right, the start position would have been the middle point of the pivot. Because I moved the pivot down below Armin's position, the camera is always going to be above that, which means it's going to parallax higher to compensate. So it actually goes the inverse. If we throw it up to begin with, it's going to parallax down, I guess. But only, it's going to parallax down more the further away the thing is. So the mountain's almost at the correct value there, and if I go even higher, we can see the bottom of the mountain. Right? If I take this away, let's see if I'm right here. Take that away for a sec. Is that right? Maybe I'm wrong. Hang on a second. I just want to try some stuff. So let's put it like all the way up here. No, that's not right. That's not right. Down here. Down there. No, that's not right. I think when I mucked around with the pivot, the other way to think about it might be the distance between the camera's eye and the player's position. So before, the center of this was like where the camera would be. I just don't know how best to think about it. Yeah, it's a strange thing. Let me explain. I'm not really explaining everything. There's a phenomenon that I get with my parallax system that's like this. There's one frame, right? And typically the frames are kind of stacked, you know, behind each other, perfectly in the same position, right? So that's just like what it starts as. As I pull these back, they tend to drift, and they tend to drift kind of up and away or down and away, like back into like the sky or whatever. Because as the parallax factor goes up, because they're further away, the distances that the camera the distance from the camera position to the thing's position changes. Like, I guess it'll fix itself if let's just start by putting everything back where it was. And we'll solve this. I don't know why I have two versions of it, but whatever. I should stop trying to explain it and just like watch. So here, the reason why this looks okay is because the camera's position on the y-axis and the transform position of like one of these things isn't that far away. Right, like we're looking at it. The parallax should never ease or tween on the Z. It doesn't. Hey Tech. Hey buddy. How's it going? Yo, how was your stream? What did you get up to? Head home for the night. Are you at like a studio or something? Where are you? Input stuff. That's always fun. Nice. That is cool to have some separation. I am 20 meters from my bed. It does not encourage good habits. Maybe less than 20. 10. Well, I hope your stream was good. We're right in the middle of troubleshooting some parallax stuff. So the issue is, like in this context, let's think about it, right? Where is the mountain relative to the player? if we wanted this to be right, let's just say we had it exactly how we think we want it. Let's say we want it right there. That's kind of how I think I want it. Sorry, pals, one sec. I'm getting called by my wife. There must be an insect. I'll be back in a bit. All right, I'm back. It was a cockroach. All right. So there are two things here that we need to think about. Oh, the track finished. Do I have the music from Windows Media Player? I had like a few playlists. Yay. Okay, one sec. It's a bit loud. Okay. So, is that too loud still? Let me know if you want it quieter. The challenge is this. This looks okay, but from the beginning, the camera's position relative to the start position of the objects there is a difference. So like this one here, right? It's fine on the x-axis, but the camera's position is going to be, well, here at 0.35. So the object's position is at 0. Now, the camera's moved then by that much, by 0.35. And so it's shifted down to meet it. So I guess like it's hard because I'm never really going to be able to do this right. Like ideally, I guess I put it like that, and that then should shift it down. But then the same problem happens where like the camera's initial position is going to affect the placement of the things, because the camera's initial position is going to be about here, and it's going to go, oh, I need to move these things down. So what tends to happen, you can see it here. What tends to happen is, I see what's happening now. I can explain it. An object that's way off in the distance is not as affected by the camera's position. So I have to put that basically where I want it to be, right? Even if it's like all the way out from where we are, I just put it where I want to put it, and it's going to shift a couple pixels. But the near ground stuff, the stuff that's like right here, that initial distance from the camera's position to its position is going to have a much bigger effect on how it moves. And if the camera is like above it, it's going to move like up. And if the camera's below it, it's going to move down. So if I go from the side, what that looks like is, if the camera is here, stuff that's like closer up needs to be closer to where the camera starting position is. Because this stuff in the background, I just put wherever. Like if that's the scene, I can just put this like here and whatever. If the camera position shifts up like this or like that, this stuff is going to go like this. Ooh. And this is subject to that shifting. So when I cue it up in the scene like this, right, when I like cue it up, the starting position of this thing needs to be this pivot point, and the camera's in-game position needs to be basically 1-to-1. So I need to think about like, what's the height of the camera? In this case, the camera's position is 0.35. So if I want this to be exactly where I want it, I have to think about it at where it's going to be at 0.35. See how it's too high? Yeah, I made a gaming Godot earlier this, like a couple months ago. So ideally what I would want is to set up the level such that the camera position is exactly how I want the scene to be. In this case, the camera's position is probably going to be higher than the pivot point of this thing. I use Figma for that, Harry Duke. What stage of development? I mean, what could you list out some of the stages? I mean, I would say I'm in like content stage. Like I've built the systems. I'm just moving forward towards like a publishing situation and then just making content. So I guess what I should be doing is thinking about the position of this. Like I've drawn it in such a way that maybe that's the way to think about it. Like how have I drawn it? Where does the player sit on the screen? And where does the camera sit? That's actually closer. So I guess I just need to be very sensitive about this stuff. It's just a kind of a shame that it's so technical and not very what's the word? Intuitive. You can't just look at it and see how it's going to behave. That's what I don't like about it. No, I'm not really putting new systems in. Sometimes I'm putting new effects in, stuff like that. So they're all variables, obviously, but the variables, like when we talk about positions, like they are instances of variables. It's not a difference between orthographic and projection. It's just it is an orthographic camera, and I've written a script to handle parallaxing inside of the orthographic camera. And the way that parallaxing works is you have to think about the travel of the camera, the distance that the camera has traveled, relative to some reference position of the object. Because the object's going to chase the camera around by some amount relative to its initial position. But the only thing I'm complaining about is that the initial position that we set up, like this, doesn't look like this. Notice how some things have to be higher, some things have to be lower. It doesn't just output what I input. And the reason for that is that the camera position, because they're reactive to the camera position, even the initial position, they shift somewhat at the offset, like at the outset, sorry. So I would be really motivated to remove that behavior. Like I don't like that it works that way, but I don't think it's feasible to try. I think that's just a quirk of the way that this thing is. I've decided to keep the water line for now. I mean, it's just a line. I can turn it off. It's literally just a game object that I can just disable, called key line. Just turn it off and now it's gone. So, yeah, it's just an unfortunate quirk. Because it's basically the fact that what we're looking at right now, and the initial camera position are different values. And because the whole thing is reactive to the camera is going to do something and they're going to shift. Let me be clear. I wrote this system. So I'm not trying to troubleshoot like how it works. I'm not trying to understand it. I'm just saying the problem itself that I've tried to solve by building that script to begin with is not a problem that I can necessarily get around. It's just, I think it's a problem with like the core implementation of what it is to do parallaxing. Like, it's maybe unsolvable. Unless I write some special workaround to deal with it. It's basically like, okay, here's the ground, here's the origin of the ground, here's an object. Where I place that object, right? From that point onwards, if this is the center of the object, this point is going to be measured against the current camera position. Okay, let's say my camera is here. The camera is looking at the game, but I'm just going to draw an icon for the camera. That's my camera position. This distance is going to be measured, and then this will be offset towards the camera by some amount, based on, which is called the parallax factor. That's how parallaxing works. What I'm complaining about is that this position and the camera's start position is it's not something that I can intuit. The camera might, the asset might look good here in the scene, but that's not where the camera's going to be. So if the camera starts here, now there's this distance that I've just drawn, it's going to shift by some at the beginning, just because it has to use some point in the texture to figure out distance. This is the problem, right? We're talking about distance from a point, from one object to another. But the scene that we're drawing is lots of points. So which point constitutes the origin of the thing? Technically, it's the pivot point of the object. But the pivot point, if I look at this and say, where is the pivot point of these things? Where is the pivot point of the mountain? Where's the pivot point of the whatever? Of the hillside? In my brain, I'm like, oh, I guess it's here. But the camera's position from there is not, it's not the eye line. I guess it's the eye line, but the eye line isn't the ground. It's not the horizon, right? If this was like a 3D scene, what is the ray that you could cast from where we're looking to the horizon relative to like where the camera is going to be? Because like the camera might be, like the camera's probably going to be like, I don't know, it's probably going to sit above the player like here, but that's not the center of anything. That's not the middle point of the picture. That's not anything. Right? Like the center of the image is here. Whether or not that is the camera position. Oh, also, this is bigger than the camera. I forgot to mention. This is 960 by 540. The actual screen is 640 by 360. So the actual screen is going to be like, and this is huge for what we're trying to solve here. 640 by 360 actually looks like this. Right? So when we look at this and we say, well, what's the center of that where the camera should be. Well, the camera should be like here, I guess. That's what the camera's going to do, right? Probably something like this. Okay, where is that point in the image? It's like down, because this is like the center right here. So the camera's position relative to the stage's origin isn't an obvious thing to begin with. No, you don't adjust by player movement. You don't do that. Then the world starts moving before the camera moves. The camera is the thing that should set the parallax, not the player position. Try that in your own game engine and watch what happens. It only works if the camera and the player moved 1-to-1. If the camera lerps by some amount, if it's smooth, damps, you'll get weirdness. You get the whole world looking like it's shifting. So it's the camera position that we care about. The point is that this offset, this thing, difference, it's impossible to know intuitively. Like I just draw a pretty picture and I put it in the scene and now I have the thing and then I press play and then if it lines up or doesn't, that's my problem. I mean, there's the game scene. That's what this is. So this is the scene. This is the game output. The game output can render at edit time, but the parallax script is a runtime script. So you have to run the game to see what happens. Anyway, it's a minor thing that I'm complaining about. It's just something that if it didn't do it like this, it would be much more easy to design my levels. my parallax of my levels. That's all. It's not like the be all end all. It doesn't change much. It's just like a thing that I'm being picky about because I don't like the way that it works. Like it would be nice if it didn't work that way, but I can't. If I can't solve it, there's no point trying to. Thanks, Dane. It's just like this thing that I'm trying to fix where I'm like, oh, do I move it this much, this much, this much? And then eventually I get to a point where it's like, oh yeah, that's about right. That process is just, it's awkward and it's not very like, as a designer, as a UX designer, it feels ugly to interact that way with the thing. It doesn't feel like the way I ought to be designing the game. I guess what I could do, you know what I could do? I know how to fix this. I could press a button that snapshots all of their current positions and sets that to their positions in the level, in the edit time. Like I could copy, I could set it up so it works exactly how I want it. In the scene. Could you add a gizmo that draws the vectors that the pivots would be set offset based on the camera's runtime position? I don't know the camera's runtime position straight away. Thanks, Florida. Bye. Yeah, I don't know it. I mean, it's something that gets resolved at real time. So like the button would say, the button would be, how do I store it? Where do I store this logic, this data? Because stuff gets reset. This could be a geometry problem. Take a snap of the scene in one position and position things where you want them. Then do the same thing at a different position. You just have to solve for the combo of XY that matches those two scenes as sets of constraints. I mean, what you're describing is the parallax factor, right? You're trying to solve for the parallax factor? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. But even like this, what I'm looking at here changes when I move. So like if you load into the level here, I mean, right now it's right. It shouldn't matter where you load in. It should just be an absolute thing. Yeah, I mean, that's right. Where things are positioned. But what are you saying? Take a snap of the scene in one position and position things where you want them. Do the same in a different position. Solve for the combo of X, Y, and depth that match those two scenes' sets of constraints. Why do I don't understand why I do that though. Why not just say, like right here, give you those, but I don't need, don't I? I have those two values. I set them, right? Like it's my script that does this. Oh, you're saying like, I'm confused. Can't I just, you set them manually as guesswork essentially. You do set them. Problem is it's hard to see what the right values are. I feel like the right way to do this would be what I was saying earlier. Like Vatradox was saying that they were saying this too. I think it's right, where you just go, okay, pause the parallax for a second, drag everything where you want it to be, according to this camera, and then press save. And then we just undo the motion. Unless I'm confused. Like all of their current positions, right? Like 0.56, 8299, -1, all of these positions, if they were the original values, they would, the distance between the camera's position and their current position should be 0, or at least, no, that might get us closer, but not, maybe you're right. Maybe I think I understand what you're saying now. Go into the view at camera position A, slide all the elements around so they look nice in the game. Then you move to the in-game camera to some other position where the camera is at location B. Given an XY position of the elements at location A of the camera and the XY position of camera B, there will only be one depth for each. Yes, I understand. But I don't, that's showing us, doesn't that then tell us where the depth should be? But we're not trying to solve for that. You're talking about trying to understand what this should be? That's not what I'm talking about. We're not trying to solve the right parallax factor. It's both. I guess I'm not understanding how that I don't understand how that gets me the thing that I want. You're setting the values hoping that it looks a certain way in a position when Penpal is saying the opposite. Set it what you want it to look like at one end of the level. Set it what you want it to look like. Yeah, that's still not what I'm talking about though. You guys are saying, it sounds like what you're saying is this. Tell me if I've got this right. You're saying, it sounds like, Adam, you don't like the way that it drifts when we're over here and when we're over here, and you're playing with the parallax factor, trying to get it so that it works right. That's not what I'm trying to solve. I don't care how much it drifts when I get over to here. That's not what I'm trying to solve for. I can do that already with well, that doesn't happen. The way that I have it set up, it's not perfect how that works, but I'm not concerned about that yet. What I'm concerned about is literally it's one frame of logic. It's something that happens at the very, very, very beginning of the setup, and it has to do with my level editor. Yeah, but knowing what the depth is doesn't change. Yeah, so like, let's just say I have my line A here, or whatever. This is my ground. This is the first object in the background. This, in the editor, is at some position that I like. Okay, it's just whatever. We'll call this like, 1, 0. This position, by definition of having a parallax factor, let's say its parallax factor is like, the amount that it follows the camera is like 0.1. So for every 1 unit that the camera moves, it moves 0.1. Okay. The problem is the amount that it moves relative to the camera's position right? When we talk about that, what I'm thinking that I want to do is have it be that when the game starts, it looks like this, right? That's the reason I would even place it there, is because I think I want it to be here. But actually what happens is the camera goes, oh, I'm going to be here because I want to frame everything nicely. And then because my player is standing like here, and then the game goes, oh, you've moved the camera from you've placed the camera. The parallax factor is based on this position minus this position. So I'll move 0.1 in the direction of that. Just by virtue of having a position. Because the only way that this could even be here is if the camera was down here. If the camera's position was exactly where it is, which is never going to happen. So the question is, where do I place this so that on frame 1, this looks like it's here? So that it's not parallaxing. But the whole point is that the parallax is happening every frame all the time. And it needs to be based on something. So the thing that it's going to be based on, probably, obviously, is the distance from the camera to it. What I need to do to fix this would be to create an initial position so that I'm not comparing the camera's position to it. I'm comparing the camera's position to some value. So I've actually probably solved this already. I think that's what my anchor value is supposed to be. See, here I've got scroll anchor. I think it's that. I think I just have to use that value. So let's call this the scroll anchor for all of these. Well, maybe not. It's just like the thing that the camera is moving relative to. That's the thing. The travel is, if the scroll anchor is not null, it's the scroll anchor's position minus the scroll anchor start pos. Does Unity have camera limits? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you make the background bigger so that the center is in position? No, I don't think that's necessarily what we're looking for. Can you guys understand what I'm saying by the travel? Because when I set up the scene, this origin point, what I'm really talking about is that it's that this object should be in this position relative to a camera position where that's the center of the camera. Like the center of the scene, when I set this up and I go, okay, how do I want this to look? Well, I want this to be down here and I want this to be over there, whatever. It's really like, that's how I want it to look. Given the camera's position being, this is the top left corner, top right corner, top bottom right, bottom left, and the middle of the camera is here. That's the position where I would want all of this stuff to be. No, it's not that the camera in the editor and the camera in the game is different. It's that the thing that I'm measuring the distance of in order to know how much something should move is the distance between the camera's position and the thing, right? The object. So the object is down here, the camera is here. This distance isn't relevant to anything. The initial distance. It's actually the runtime. If this is like the scene camera, it's the distance between the runtime camera and the scene camera. That's the thing that I really want to be calculating this to. Because if the runtime camera is there, this should be where it is. If the runtime camera moves, then this can move 10% of this amount. Make sense? Right now, because I don't have this set up, I'm moving this 10% of this distance. See, it's just that my frame of reference is wrong, and this will still work because it should be like I basically just have to subtract this number from everything. So really, the runtime camera's like position is just subtracting this vector from everything. That's all. Hey, Human, welcome. Yeah, that will solve this problem. Okay, thank you for rubber ducking that for me, everybody. Hey, Elian LF, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. So it's really this value. Camera, transform position minus start pause. It needs to be, we need to subtract the anchor position from that. That's what it really needs to be. But I don't know what this scroll anchor is. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Why do I have this? I think I wrote this. I did this for an itch.io asset that I created, and I must have had a reason for this. I think this is because it was like an infinite scrolling thing. Why are these two cameras in different positions? Okay, because the scene view has a camera, right? It's not a real camera. It's just like the reference point from which we build the scene. That's what we're talking about. As in, I should be able to do this, make this look nice and pretty, right? In whatever way makes sense to me. Right, I should be able to just like frame it up and be happy with the framing. And then when the game starts, it looks like that. That's what I'm looking for. And the frame that we're starting with, that's some reference, right? So like maybe that's what I want it to look like on frame 1. Maybe like that, for example. I should then have a value that represents this frame of reference. I'd put it like here. I guess. So it should really be this, the wrapper object's starting transform position. So maybe it's like, put that in the middle of the camera and then shift everything down until it meets where I want it to be. And then this is the anchor pose. So I'm a little concerned though that I'm going to break all of my parallax by adding this. Scroll anchor. I didn't even label this. I don't even know what it does. Scroll anchor. What is scroll anchor start pause? I don't even, have I even set that? It's just a vector that it's just a vector that I've never set. Do I ever use scroll travel? Forest biomes? Yeah, I definitely have. Heaps. I don't know what this is. So I'm actually just gonna move. Oh. Maybe I should watch my tutorial where I explain this. And see what I said at the time. I think this looks excellent. We have it. 2D, because I don't want to be casting back and forth between vector 3 and vector 2. So the next course will be calculated every inside of the code. This is oh, direction. I'll let you. I guess I don't. And then we can sing. And our probably is placed. I don't use it here, so it must be something that I've added. The other thing I want to check is my asset, because if my asset parallax background.zip, have I got this? No. Bye. Do I need to do this actually? I can't download my own asset. Is that real? I'll go to my, I think if I just edit asset pack, I should be able to download it. Can I not? I can't actually download the file from itch.io. Where do I do that? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I got it. Yeah, I just want to make sure that the code that I wrote there doesn't contain this stuff, because if I ever update it, I'll need to know. I'll need to know if I changed it for the changelog. Oh. Yeah. This is not, this doesn't have the scroll anchor. Good. So I should just get rid of it. Cool. Easy peasy. Okay, well, that saves me some energy. Now I wonder where I used this. Hey, Kilo to Zero, thanks for the follow. I wonder where I use this that's going to break now in my project. I bet nowhere. That's it. Oh, that's a different problem. This is a different thing. Let's just leave it out. Okay. Scroll anchor is just the name of a variable. It's not an object. So now I want to hit play. Horror. Oh, this is just, okay. That. Hey, there we go. So now I just have to make it so that the camera's position, when I press play, this number here, is the same as this value. I mean, it's a lot closer. I mean, I like this the way that it is. So like, let's just think about it like this. When I press play and the camera runs, the camera's position, I guess the camera is lower than what I set that thing as. component. Wow, okay. It's quite a difference. So then I have to do this, and then boom, we got it. There we go. Now this is going to break everything where I've set a scroll anchor in the past because I've just changed what it does. But that makes me happy now. Whew. I fixed it. Eat that, Pal World devs. Pal World devs? What's that got to do with anything? Well, we solved it. That's really good. Yeah, I mean, that's going to save me a lot of energy. Okay, geez Louise. So let's go now to like a different scene and see if we can set that up elsewhere. Like here you can see I've got the same kind of problem where it's like, oh, a bunch of these assets. In fact, I don't even know if these use the same. No, they don't even use the same parallax script. I won't touch them here. I don't want to ruin anything. But I might replace this background with no, I'll leave it as it is for now. It definitely needs to change. All right, I'll do it. But not that one. And not that one. Alright, let's just go grab it. What's my GitHub? Why do you want to know? It's just it's the same username. There we go. I don't think I'll keep even that middle, none of this stuff. Just the two last layers. What I'll actually do is I'll take this and I'll put it there and I'll make it lighter and I'll do this and I'll do that and I'll do that and you'll never ever know. Hello? Huh? Eh? Hey, Murray. I'm trying to fix it. Teach me things, gamer man. It's funny when you say that. My father-in-law, he doesn't know, he doesn't really understand the difference between gaming and game dev. So he talks, when he tells people about what I do, he tells them I'm a gamer. Like, he just thinks that, like, it's like, he thinks that, like, I try to explain to him like this. I try to say, like, look, mate, it's like if you watched movies and you call yourself like a movie watcher. You know? Someone who makes movies isn't necessarily a movie buff. I mean, they probably are, but that's not like their job to watch movies, you know? I mean, it's fine. He's not wrong, but it's just a funny little. It's just a little thing. I mean, he gets it. He gets that I don't. It's not that he thinks that I play games for a living. It's not that. It's just that he doesn't know the difference between, like, the gaming industry and the game development industry. Like esports, he thinks that that's like related to what I do. You know, when he sees, like, he'll see like a thing in like the newspaper about like, oh, some esports event happened and 1 million people watched it and it was $1 million in prizes. He'll look at me and be like, this is you? Maybe you could make a game like that. I'm like, no. It's not what I do. I mean, he's in his late 60s, so it's not like I take it personally or anything. It doesn't bother me. It's just funny. He makes Mario games. I was we were at when this, like, the peak of this thing. Oh no, he speaks English as his first language. Yep, he was born and raised in Australia. He what was I going to say? I was going to say we were at a friend's house. It was my wife's childhood friends. And they were talking about how they like playing board games. That was just the topic of the conversation, was that they like board games. And he heard the word games and he looked over at me and like put his hand over. He said, "We know a gamer." And now whenever like my wife and I talk about gaming, I always say, "We know a gamer." We know a gamer. Oh God. It hurts so much. We know a gamer. Like, oh, you love your games. Please. He's so funny. Oh, bless him. Bless his heart. No. He does this thing. He's got something where he knows that he doesn't know the right thing to say, right? He's aware enough to know that, but it's not enough to stop him from saying it. It's like his impulse to say something confidently outweighs his impulse to not say the wrong thing. Most people, if they don't know what to say, they just won't say anything, you know? Whereas like he'll have a go, you know? And if it ends in cringe, he just sort of goes, well, I said something cringy. It's a dad thing. It's like a masculine thing of like not really having that much respect for, you know, for the people that you're talking about. I mean, like, he's again not a bad guy. He's fine. He's a good man. It's not that you know, I love my father-in-law, but he's a boomer, you know. That's just a thing that they all seem to do. He's like a real boomer. He's also ex-military, so you know, it's inescapable. Lovely man. He and I have spent many, you know, we've gone on many adventures together in life. Yeah, I hope to experience many more things with him and his family, and obviously I love his daughter and my mom thinks I'm a graphic designer that makes websites. It's one of those things. I think, particularly being ex-military, I think there's a set of values that people who are over the age of 60 have about what they're supposed to be and what the things they're supposed to say and do and feel and whatever, that they just don't know how to live in a world where the values have changed. Like they think, you know, I need to assert myself in situations where I am socially considered the dominant person, and I need to, you know, it's like a lot of it is like pecking order stuff, and it's just a lot of I don't know what it is. It's like a post-war thing, where it's like maybe, you know, in World War II, you know, children should be seen and not heard is like a thing that makes sense. Not that he thinks that, but he was probably raised to think that about himself as a child. Do you know what I mean? It's like, these are the same people who were also like hippies in the 70s. They're just... I don't know. Like, I feel like the generation above boomers, like my grandparents, they were kind of like that generation, what, the golden generation, whatever. They're like too tired to care about anything. You know what I mean? They were like, as long as the greatest generation, as long as you're happy, whatever, you know? That's like the, you know, as long as you're happy, we worked hard to give you all this stuff, just be happy. That's like their generation. But the boomer generation is like very, like, I don't know, they have a lot of opinions about stuff. That's the thing. They're so opinionated. And also, like, I think there's something strange about, like, my dad has so many opinions based on nothing. Not to say that, you know, I don't, but like, his opinions are like so out of date. It's crazy. And he's been corrected so many times. Like, he thinks, I'm gonna be, okay, real story about my dad. My dad thinks that video games are Pac-Man. That's what my dad thinks. He thinks all video games are Pac-Man. He has thought this since the 1990s. And since the 1990s, he's been wrong. Like, as a kid, I remember saying to my dad, like, Dad, this game is about the story. This game's not a skill test. It's not about your reaction time. Like, as a kid, right? He still doesn't get that, like, games are not pinball machines, but he thinks that games are pinball machines. At some level, they all resolve down to pinball machines in his mind. I guess the media hasn't helped. You know, you see people on the movies playing games and they're, you know, so that's how he thinks. But like, what does he think I do? Like, I've explained to him what my game is. And he's seen games be like, Pat, my brother, took like an hour to explain to him what The Last of Us was. And then my dad watched the series for The Last of Us. So my dad knows that The Last of Us exists. He understands the entire story of The Last of Us. He's experienced it. But he doesn't understand that the video game of The Last of Us is not some version of just like Pac-Man. Exactly. Like, he thinks somehow, I guess he hasn't thought that hard about it. I'm sure he understands that, like, when we talk about Joel and Ellie's relationship, we're not talking about just like something we read in a manual, right? Like, he understands that, like, there is a story there. He understands that we know about the story and we knew about it before we watched the show, and he's watched the show. So he's just never put the time into thinking about it. He's just never really thought about, oh, it must be a lot of like talking in this game. You know, there must be a lot of, you know, well, he doesn't know what a cutscene is, but, you know, he doesn't understand that, like, the equivalent, because, and this is the thing, my dad watches the absolute bottom of the barrel TV because he's run out of content. Like, my dad only watches TV at home. He reads books as well, but he only really knows about TV, right? As like screen media content. It's like, he can watch movies, he can watch TV shows, that's all you can do with a TV. And I'm like, Dad, we got to get you into gaming. There's so much stuff that you could be enjoying that's way higher quality than these TV shows. Like, watch a good show. Don't watch like a translated TV show from Venezuela. Like, don't watch telenovelas, Dad. Like, he's literally watching like Turkish telenovelas. He's not even Turkish, but he's like run out of things to watch. So it's like, okay, Dad, we're gonna, why don't we give you something to play? And he's like, oh, I don't want to play games. You know, it's all, you know, it's all about reaction time. I'm like, no, there are so many games, you could just enjoy it. And he just won't, you know. And you know what his story is? His story is, you know, in the 80s, I went over to my friend's house. They'd just gotten married. And your mother and I, you know, we had just gotten married a couple of years prior. And we went out to our friend's house for like a dinner party. And at one point, somebody pulled out Pac-Man, right, on the TV. They had they must have had an Atari or something, like an old, maybe even the game systems that's just the controller, and you plug it directly into the TV. They must have had some early Pac-Man unit. And, you know, we started playing it, and before we knew it, it was 4 a.m. And I thought to myself, never again. That's my dad's, that's his like war story about games, is that like, there's like it's like almost like a reefer madness analogy of like, yeah, we did it once and we got addicted. So I thought I won't touch the stuff. That's his story. And it's just like, that's such a boomer thing, you know, that's so typical to just like have an opinion that's just, it was so wrong even when he formed it, but he stuck with it for like 40 years. Like, but his house, my dad's house has seen the Super Nintendo, the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, Xbox 360, the Wii, the Wii U, the Switch. He's had the PS5, PS4. All of these consoles have come and gone through his door, you know, on his own television. He's watched these things for years and years and years. And he thinks that it's, at the end of the day, all we do is really just try to get the high score. Yeah, he's like scared of it. He's like scared of liking it. That's literally what my dad's attitude is. Because my dad played pinball in the 70s and he thinks, oh, pinball's fun, but you know. Oh, the silent generation. Got it. Well, my grandmother is from the greatest generation, but I guess my wife's grandmother's from the silent. What if fun, but too much? What if fun, but the devil's fun? What if fun, but actually Satan? All right. But you know, the thing is, he'll play games on his phone. I guess those feed into his notion of what games are, those games. Not today, gaming station. Oh man, I'd love to get my dad into like Age of Empires or even just like an FPS. I mean, he's probably going to be scared of it, but still. I think he'd really enjoy some of these games. What can we get my dad to play? Chat. Let's devise a plan. Operation make dad a gamer. What do we get him on? He likes sports. Maybe a sports game? Pac-Man. I did a pretty good job of this. I actually eyeballed this. It's not far off. Doki Doki Literature Club. Virtual Poker, Ark, Civ. Oh, he won't play Insignia. We get my dad to play Civ. Or maybe something more filmic. I was trying to explain that I was trying to explain what Until Dawn was. You know, like, because we're playing The Quarry, which is just like the next of those games. Final Fantasy 14. Detroit Become Human. That's not a bad one. Pal World. Low stakes ARPG. Yeah, I'm thinking it can't be something Japanese. I think it'll be too hard for him to understand if it's too, like, if it's weeby, he won't. It'll go straight over his head. So like FF7 remake, I think that's off the table. But maybe like maybe Uncharted. But Uncharted's quite gamey as well. It's a lot of rootin' tootin' shooting. Uncharted 4 on like an easy mode maybe? Red Dead. Red Dead might be the way to go. I could see that. Yeah? The Arkham games, maybe. He's okay. He's not huge into superheroes, but he watched the Marvel films. My dad is like not, it's unfortunate. He's not a nerd, but you know how like all men are nerds about something? That's the kind of thing, that's the kind of nerd my dad is. He's like a nerd about like woodworking. He doesn't, or like he's a nerd about golf. God. He's such a golf nerd, but he doesn't realize it. He just thinks that, you know, it's like boys that are into, men who are into cars. It's like, you're not a car guy, you're a car nerd, you know? This thing you really like, you're into it the same way that everyone else is into the thing that they're into. Hey, Dead Slap, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, not Rocket League. That's too strange, I think, for him. I don't think he'll get it. It's too, like, I'm not saying he is a car guy. I'm saying that I think that the gateway should be film-ish. I think that's what it should be. I think it should be something that's like a movie, because I think he'll appreciate that more on a screen. I think Rocket League is too arcade for what he's like, I guess, prepared for. It's the kind of thing he needs to be able to do. Oh, the Telltale games. That's not a bad idea either. It's the kind of thing he needs to be able to do like at the end of a long day, while he's just had dinner, he's just chilling out. You know, it's that's the kind of thing that I think he would appreciate. So something that's a lot of watching. I think Uncharted's not a bad go, and Red Dead, those are two good ones. PGA. Yeah, we used to play. Actually, the last game that my dad ever played was with me when we were kids. We used to play Microsoft Golf. He and I. And yeah, he actually was kind of into that. I can still remember all the sound effects from that game, all the voice lines. Maybe The Last of Us, because he knows about The Last of Us. TLOU. Stray. Stray's probably... This is the thing. My dad is like I said, he's a boomer. My dad he can't role play as a cat. You can't give him that, you know? He doesn't get it. He doesn't get things that aren't about people. You know what I mean? It Takes Two. Again, he won't get it. He won't get it. I wouldn't be playing it with him. He'd be playing it alone. It Takes Two is like, he would look at it and go, "What? This is a kid's thing. Animated characters? This is for children. I'm not a child. Why would I do this? All my friends will laugh at me." That's his, like, that's probably what his brain will do if we put him anything that's not. I guess that's the other thing, is that, you know, deep down, he is a, you know, 60-something-year-old Australian man. So all of his social connections, he can't really, this thing, if we get him into gaming, he won't be able to share that with any of his friends. That's the real killer of this endeavor, is that they won't get it, and they might laugh at him for it. And that's why he wouldn't do it, I think. I think he'd be worried about, oh, I can't tell my friends about this good time I had because they might think I'm a nerd. Or whatever. God of War. Bocce. Farm Simulator. Do you know, there are certain things, I think I could get him into it if it was sim-ish, if it had a sim element to it, maybe, you know? Maybe. It just needs to be like something that's a sim in it about something he cares about. But he's not even really, he's not a big history buff. But he does like stories. He likes a good story about a guy beating some other guy up, you know? Like, he could watch Game of Thrones. He liked Game of Thrones. That's all games are Pac-Man, and all TV and movies is a guy beating another guy up. Grilling simulator. What time period? He doesn't mind feudal stuff. Like he watched all of Game of Thrones, and he likes this Turkish TV drama called Ertugrul, which is like, Ertugrul is the name of a hero. It's like it's not a real, it's a fictional character who was like a lord in, you know, the, I guess, feudal Turkey. And it's kind of about, he's kind of like a messianic figure, and he goes around all of, you know, Dynasty Warriors. He goes around, you know, helping people and saving them from the Mongols, and he gets outcast and he comes back, and he's, you know, it's like cowboy stuff. He likes westerns. He's into that kind of thing. So maybe Red Dead. Like, yeah, a bey. Bey is like lord in Turkey. Ertugrul Bey. Katamari Damacy. That's it. That's the game. Isn't it weird that I guess it's not weird. I guess it's very common that like how many of you who are like full-on gamers have parents who like encouraged you in this hobby? What are the, can we run a poll? Is anybody here who can run a poll? I don't know if Lazy Guru's here. I'm really curious what the percentage of people who had supportive versus unsupportive parents are. Hey, Lazy. Do you know what? Yeah, let's run the poll. I could probably set one up myself now that I actually have a... I can do this, I think. It's all right, I got it. Were your parents supportive of your gaming hobby? We'll do 1 minute. Go. Mostly yes. No, it's yes or no. $50-50, wow. Mostly yes, but basically 50-50. Wow, that's cool. That's really interesting. Yeah, this is a video game playlist. So this is from Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, that was a problem for me too. Like, it's dinner time and I'm in the middle of like a CS Go match. I can't stop it. I just started it. Mom. It doesn't pause this game. Or what was it? Was it CS:GO? I don't play it anymore. I haven't played CS since like 2014. I had to stop. I played one night and then I was up till 4 a.m. and I was like, never again. No, I actually was getting like PTSD from it. It was pretty bad. Just like too much ranked anxiety. It was no good for me. Oh, dude, I played so much Halo. Halo Reach on the Xbox 360. Oh, Halo Reach's online was so good. With voice. Oh my god. That honestly, like, peak of gaming experience was like the Xbox 360 era. It didn't get better than that. Yeah, and I definitely don't play it now. Really? Reach is 4th after what? Halo 1, 2, and 3. I liked Halo 1. Combat Evolved was insane. That game blew my mind. It'll always have a special place in my heart. I never really played Halo 2, and Halo 3 was good, and the multiplayer was really good, but I just feel like Reach was a better game. ODST was fun. I played that a ton. I played so much ODST. But I just feel like Reach was kind of like the ultimate. I feel like it peaked at Reach, basically. Yeah, Overwatch, look, I had some pretty with Overwatch, you know, you don't get ranked anxiety quite as much as I did with CS:GO. I think with CS:GO, the reason why it was so painful for me was because people were really effing toxic, like really toxic in ranked CS. Like I never. There's the basically the worst possible community. That's one. And two, the game itself does not lend itself very well for people to be solo queuing. It's just like not fun if you solo queue in CS:GO, because it's the like the scenario where like every single choice you make can be picked apart by your teammates. So if someone just doesn't like you, if they just like they don't like the sound of your voice, or they don't like, you know, the round, you might have had a bad eco round in round 1 where you just got like your head taken off coming around a corner, whatever. They decided they don't like you and they're going to take out their rage on you. It's just it's so toxic to like sit there as like the last surviving member of your team against, like, you know, you've got 1v3, it's you, and then you have your entire team watching your mouse placement, you know, your cursor placement, being like, oh, get the fuck off this game, blah, blah, blah. Like just they don't even care if you win or lose. They just want you to be as bad as they hope you are so that they can have someone to blame. That just killed my interest for the game completely. That was just so painful to be a part of. I was just like, nope, I'm done. I remember walking away from that game, the one I'm like, where this happened, like the worst, basically the last game I played, hands shaking, like I didn't even realize it until I stepped away, but I was like not okay physically, and I was like, this sucks, man. This is shit. Why am I putting myself through this? Like, you can't make some people happy. And in the moment, it feels really important. It feels like you have to do it. And it feels like if someone else, like I'm the kind of person who, like, if I upset somebody, I'm like, I care a lot. Like I want to make people happy. And, you know, what is the purpose of making someone like that? What is the purpose of trying to make someone like that happy? You know, like they're not your friend. They don't care about you. When the game ends, you never see them again. So why should you care about what they say? But it's hard. It's like bullying. It's like a bully atmosphere. I just couldn't do that. Some people can keep it cool in that context. You know, they can like talk shit back and, you know, just whatever. They can like figure it out. That ain't me. I'll just choke. Oh, League of Legends is the same. I've heard League's not that great for that kind of thing too. I've heard about League being toxic. I don't have any interest in playing that either. Overwatch, you know, the one thing it had going for it was it's really hard to tell who's the one tanking the team. Like who's screwing up. It's really hard to tell because the game just goes too quickly. If someone's just dying, it's like, well, I don't know. We lost, I guess. You know, it's not like you specifically did this wrong because they can't really tell until the replay. You know what would be nice for an AI tool for this kind of stuff would be a cleanup, AI cleanup. That would be nice. I'd support that, I think. Just like take all of the things that I did and make them smoother. Not that I necessarily want this to be smoother. I kind of like the way that it is, but there is a bit of busy work that I would like to cut down the time of. Like this kind of thing. Fix that. You know, just make that look like that. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there are just some games I just can't. Like Street Fighter, no problem. I don't even really get like. I used to get performance anxiety playing, playing live events for Street Fighter. So like I'd go to like a locals and I do this thing. I don't know. Has anyone ever had this before? Maybe only those of you who have played like competitive games in a live setting can relate to this, but have you ever like depersonalized mid-game and then just sandbagged? That happened to me a few times. I just like, there's just like this moment where like you're playing and you realize like you just don't, you're just your heart is not in it to put the effort in to beat this person. Like the result, you stop caring about winning mid-game and you just lose on purpose because it's like, I don't care anymore. That used to happen to me. I'd be like playing mid-match and just go, I don't. It was weird because I didn't really want to feel that way. It's not, no, like tilting is like you get so invested you forget. You know what I mean? Like I've tilted before. You get mad and you want to win harder and you don't know how to play better to do it, but you still want to win bad. This is like a different thing of like a sinking feeling in your heart where you don't even want to be there anymore. Like you don't even, I don't know what it is. It's weird. It's weird. It's like, there's a player who I know, I'm pretty sure had this problem in the Smash Brothers community called Izai. It's not tired. It's like it's similar to depression, but it's like an instant feeling when you start to lose, or you start to think about what it would take to beat the player in front of you, and you realize that you just don't want it. It's so weird. I don't know. It's not choking. It's like, I'm still here. I can beat them. It's not tilting. Tilting is like you're emotionally compromised by the fact that you're losing in a way that makes your judgment bad. It's not impaired judgment. It's not like, oh, I got mad, or It's more like, it's like your body, it's like you literally step outside of your body and you look at the game and you're like watching yourself play the game against somebody. And you just go, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Like, it's not like not enjoying it anymore mid-game. It's like, because when you play online, it's like you can't see the other person's face. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I would just think to myself, like this person wants it more than me, you know? Like, I don't want to beat them. I want them to win, you know? Like winning stops mattering anymore because it's like, it's too hard or it's not fun, or like there's just something in your mind that that takes you out of the experience. Yeah, it's like detached. It's like you become dissociated from everything. It's like most of the time when I play games, I'm in. Like I'm here and I'm like, let's go. I think it might be I think it's more emotional than logical. It's not like cause I stopped playing Street Fighter recently. I got to Master. I realized that like I didn't really want to climb. I didn't want to put the effort in to climb any further, so I stopped playing. That's a reasoned outcome. That's just like, I guess I'm not having that much fun anymore. I'll stop. But Izai would sandbag. Like in Smash Brothers, he was basically the best player in the game at the end of Smash 64, start of Melee. No one was better than this guy. And he would stop competing. Like he would just lose on purpose. For some reason, he just couldn't compete. But he would do combo contests and he would be the best player. It's something about it's like losing the competitive will in the moment. And I don't know if it's something about sitting next to the person or I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I think that would really affect me in combat sports. Like I never played a combat sport, but like my dad was like a taekwondo. You know, he practiced taekwondo for many years. I don't think I could beat someone up. You know what I mean? Like I would just let them win, I think. If it came to it. I don't know why. I think maybe it's a similar thing. I might be wrong. Like I just don't know if I want to beat someone like that. That's tilting? No. See, tilting is like comes from poker, and tilting in poker is making bad judgments because you are compromised by your results. Tilting is like, I really need to win this hand because I'm down on the pot, so I'm going to go and push. I'm going to shove or like raise because I really want to win this hand. Not because of what my cards say or what I think the other person has, but because I want it. You know, like that's tilting. Like getting upset and getting mad. Oh, pinball tilting's kind of different. Like playing on tilt is like you're making bad decisions because you're taken out of the tactical aspects of the game because of how you feel. But that's because of how you feel directly related to your performance. Yeah. Like typically it's getting mad. But getting sad is, I don't know if I would call that tilting. And it's not like because you lost. That's where the tilt would come from. I don't know. I mean, it's strange that you call that tilting. I guess it's not like totally wrong. Maybe you could call it a kind of tilting. I don't know. I always thought it as coming from like the idea of like being on your back foot. Like losing the edge because someone got into your head. You know what I mean? Like you're tilted, you're off your center. Yeah. Let's look it up. Tilt is a poker term for a state of mental or emotional confusion or frustration in which a player adopts a suboptimal strategy, usually becoming overly aggressive. It's typically frustration, right? Oh, it is a pinball thing. Oh, you're totally right. Wow. Yeah, it's getting mad. Mad 'cause bad. Yeah, I guess you're right. That's when that's how I think of tilted, I guess. I suppose it is a pinball thing. I know what tilt is in pinball, but I didn't realize it was that kind of etymology or whatever. But yeah, it's like you got frustrated and you stopped paying attention to what's going on. But this other thing is different. This other thing is like it's like not even wanting to be there, you know? Someone who's tilted is over engaged, typically. Like you tilt the machine because you're so frustrated, you're trying to get something out that it's not giving you. But this other thing is like fading, it's like depersonalizing, it's like dissociating out. Because I don't know. Why does it happen? For those of you who it also happens to. Like you just stop wanting it, yeah. But why do you stop wanting it? Because like it's never happened to me outside of IRL gaming. Like it's never happened to me outside of like playing against somebody in a tournament. It only happens when I'm fighting someone IRL in a game. Typically like a competitive game. But never in sports. That's the thing. It never happened to me in team sports. Only in one-on-one contests. It's something, I don't know if it's just feeling bad for the person. Like the idea of like, if I win this, I'll be taking it away from them. This guy, I don't know. It's so strange. Yeah, I do sometimes do it. Do you know what? It does happen a little bit in Street Fighter with me, now that I think about it. It's this thing. I do this thing when I'm playing Street Fighter online. Okay, let me tell you a story. In Street Fighter, Cammy has this move called the hooligan. What it is she jumps in the air, right? And you have like 2 or 3 different options. She sort of leaps at the opponent, doing like a spinning thing. And you can either grab or you can slide, or you can do like an overhead at the end of it. But it's not safe. Like it's got you can basically, if you can react properly to it, people can beat it, right? There is this guy that I've played against maybe a dozen times online in Street Fighter, right? So that's the hooligan, and that's the overhead. That's the grab. I could hooligan this guy 20 times in a row, and he'd get hit 20 times in a row. Like I just knew how to beat this guy easily, right? For whatever reason, I just knew he had no answer to my approach. Right? I do it in certain situations, and I'd be like, he's gonna die here if I do this, right? I know how to convert this into like a, you know, full combo, no problem. I'm gonna win this game. But I wouldn't use it because I felt bad for him. Like, do you ever do that? I think it's something to do with like the idea of playing fair. Like it's not fair to beat people if you beat them in a way that's like not nice. I don't know. It's weird. If I felt like they were better than me, I wouldn't do it. I would beat them any way that I knew. But if I felt like they weren't quite as good as me, it's really hard for me to commit myself to beating them. Unless I give him a chance. Like I'll back away and I'll like give him a chance to like fight back. Yeah, it's like I get compassionate. I don't know. It's so weird. Like I don't want him to get mad. It's so dumb. I don't know. I don't want him to get upset. Is that so weird? Is that so dumb? Yeah, I literally am. I don't like cheesy characters. That's just me. I don't want to like... I want to win honorably. You know? Whatever that means. Actually, I was like this as a kid too. With like other stuff. Not just with games. Like, I would get mad if my dad ever tried to haggle at the shops. I'd be like, Dad, that's the price. You can't change the price. They can't give you a discount. Nowadays, I don't feel that way. Nowadays, it's like, screw them. I'll take what I can get. I'll ask for a discount if I can get one. But like back then, like as a kid, it was like really, you know, I'd get really offended if my dad tried to haggle. You totally can, you totally should haggle if you can. 100%. Do not try to be nice to corporations. They don't give a shit about you. You shouldn't care about them. But I don't know. You know, it's just, I don't know where that value, because it's like it's this weird sense of justice, I guess, that's driving all of this, right? Like what's right, what's fair, who deserves. But it's like, why? I guess it's like, you know, as a kid, you get taught a bunch of stuff about, I guess, honor, right? Like how to play nice. You know, you let the other kids play with the toys once in a while. You know, you get rewarded for having a certain sense of ethics as a child around fairness and equity. You know, like these things get sort of drilled into you as a kid, and then you get punished for like having them beyond a certain age. It's almost like it's a little bit like believing in Santa Claus. It's like, yeah, you can have these values until you're about 20, and then don't act that way. No one else cares about you, so don't care about them. I hate that. hang on. We were all playing by the same rules a couple of years ago. Why do I have to be an asshole now? Be nice to people, they be nice to you.
We be nice to them if they be nice to us.
You know? Oh, the Smeagol rule. Hey, how's it going, Mapook? Do you think it's the nature of the game itself? That you know the other person who's willing to cheese. You know the other person who's willing to cheese and play the meta every time will always outperform. You just don't want to win that way? No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you shouldn't really care about how you win, right? I think it's like, I think the way that I think about it is something like in the long run, if I was playing Street Fighter, for example, that strategy is not going to work against the best players. So I shouldn't learn to win that way. I think that's how I think about it. Do you know how your intelligence drops when you're tired? I do know that. Yeah, I get that all the time. I noticed something recently that I've spent most of my adult life tired. That's what sleep apnea does to you. It's really sad. And you know how I realize this? Every time I think about going to the optometrist, I've noticed how often I have this thought. And the thought is, I shouldn't go to the optometrist. 10 minutes of figuring out why my brain is stuck. No, I read all of it. There were 4. Huh? No, your thing stopped at 10 minutes of figuring why my brain is stuck. That's where your message stopped. I am on CPAP. Yeah, the reason why I know this is because every time I think about going to the optometrist, I think to myself, I shouldn't go get my eyes checked because today I'm too tired, so my eyes will be worse. It's that thought. Today I shouldn't go to the optometrist because I will be biasing the test. They'll give me glasses that are too powerful because today I'm tired. Okay, I've said that to myself so many times. Every single time I go, I think that. So I'm always tired. I always think, oh, but my eyes aren't really this bad because today I'm tired. You know, I shouldn't go because I'll bias it. They'll give me glasses that are too powerful. On a day where I've got good sleep, I don't need glasses this strong. But it's like, eventually it's like, well, dude, this is how you live, so maybe you should just get them. But that's why my eyes are probably deteriorating anyway. Like, no duh. This playlist is actually a custom playlist. It's the music's in the top left of the screen. It's from GameChops.com. Hey Pinks, thank you so much. Size of this picture, this one is, well, I don't actually know how big this is. I mean, the drawing is 350 by 230. It looks pretty good. I think I was a little down on it originally. Don't know why. I think the palette. Oh, hang on a second. It should be a little bluer than that. Oops. Maybe it shouldn't be a little bluer than that. I kind of don't mind it being full color. Five minutes? Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, bless us and splash us, precious.
All right.
Well,
I have to sort of like get into it.
we have to get into it, precious. Give us a chance.
It's hard.
My precious.
What's something that he says?
What state is precious? What state is it? You keep nasty chips.
I'm not getting the enunciation out because my throat's too closed. It's close, but
Up, up, up the stairs we go. Till we reach the tunnel. Got him, got him. If Smeagol wins, then we eat it whole. It ruins it.
yeah.
It ruins it.
Oh, I can't do it. Hang on a second. Let's try this.
In the pool, it's nice and cool to catch a fish, so juicy, sweet. Gives it to us raw and wriggling. fun, Albert. It's my birthday, precious.
How do I do the scene transitions? In my game, like how do I go from one scene to another? I have a door on a collider. When you touch the collider, I fade the scene out. I load the next scene and fade it in.
You cheap, nasty chips.
What we need is a few good taters.
Yes, yes, they are. Eat them, eat them. They are nice and they are juicy.
It's okay. It's been better than this. Potatoes. I have a lot of Lord of the Rings impressions. I've got a lot in the bag. You could ask me basically any character of the male cast. I could probably give you a decent impression. All right, I've been running around for a while now. Gollum it is then. But we already did Gollum. I mean Smeagol and Gollum. What's the difference? Boromir? Oh, Boromir. Okay. The Great Eye. What does he say? One does not simply walk into Mordor. Everywhere the Great Eye watches. What is he? But he doesn't really sound like my people, my people, or like what? I don't know. Like what? I need some like lines. What does Boromir say? Gimli?
Well,
Whoa. What's the thing Gimli says?
very fast over short distances. On a short sprint. Dwarves are natural sprinters. Ha 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 ha. And my axe.
No, that's not quite right. I'm mine. He should have dubbed horror movies. You got me some Boromir quotes? To let fear drive us. To destroy what hope we have. That is madness. Is that right? Because he doesn't have his northern accent, right? He's supposed to. That. To let that fear drive us. To destroy what hope we have. That is madness. Oh no, he does talk like that, doesn't he? He does have a northern accent. It is a gift. A gift to the foes of Mordor. Why not use this ring? Yeah, that's right. You give him no credit. He tries to do your will. Yeah. Yeah. He does talk like that. One does not simply walk into Mordor. The very air. It is a strange fate that we should suffer so much and doubt, so much fear and doubt over so small a thing. Like, I cannot. I can't do him as well as I've never really tried Boromir. And what would a ranger know of this matter? I slip into Theoden there. Not Theoden, Theodred.
I would cut off your head, dwarf, if it stood but a little higher from the ground. You would die before your stroke fell.
Like, Eomer. Theodred is the dead son, right? Eomer. Yeah. An Ent accent? I can do an Ent. Yeah.
Brown. Tree, I am no tree. I am an ant. I am on nobody's side because nobody is on my side.
I can do the Ents.
We have decided that you are not orcs.
And hobbits. I can do Treebeard, yeah. And I can do Gandalf, and I can do Lurtz and the other Uruk-hai, and I can do the orcs, and I can do Saruman. It is so quotable. Yeah.
Fool of a took! Are you eavesdropping?
No, sir, are you dropping no eaves?
Bilbo Baggins! I am not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
I got a lot of Gandalf. No, I don't have any voice acting for this game. There's no budget for it. It's mostly just quoting though. Like it's not really, I don't know. Voice acting is sort of a different skill. Like I'm just taking what somebody else did and just doing it. But yeah, I could go on. There's also
Like Christopher Lee, who plays Saruman the Wise. So you have chosen death. The hour is late, and Gandalf the Grey comes to Isengard.
that is how you learn to draw.
Gandalf the Grey. Yes, that is what they used to call me. But I am Gandalf the White.
Gandalf.
Gandalf!
Oh.
Twice the pride, double the fall.
Yeah, no.
Twice the pride, double the fall.
That was Gandalf doing Dooku. Or like,
I fell into thought and time.
what was it? Fell beyond thought and time or something? How did the mountain turn out? I should keep going. I should keep going on the mountain. That's how it is at the moment.
I wish to order a pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. And 1 serving of sea salt ice cream, please.
Yeah, Christopher Lee's he's fun. I do have a chess redemption. FPS chess? No, I've never played FPS chess. What the hell's FPS chess? You play in the first person? As what, the king? Or is it you just shoot stuff? How does that even work? To draw, I use a pen. To program, I use... Oh, you're saying what apps? Ace Sprite and Unity. Got a bit confused there. I'm like, I use my keyboard.
Tree, I am no tree.
Dreams Wave, thanks for the follow. Oh, I use a computer. I use a computer. I use a computer. Oh, you got it. You've asked for the Urukai.
We ain't had nothing but maggoty bread for 3 stinking days. Why can't we have some meat? What about them? They're fresh. They are not for eating. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Oh, many times. That was the only one I had on DVD.
That shiny shirt's mine.
Yeah, extended. How many times have I read it? Do you know the only time I've read it was the audiobook by Andy Serkis. He's a great voice actor too. He's brilliant.
No one's going to save you now. Go on. Squeal.
I do love me some orcs. The White Wizard approaches. God, that movie is so quotable. You're right. It's just movie. It's just quotes. Hang on a second. Oh gosh. Hang on. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Oh, the Earthsea books, I'm definitely going to read those ones. I'm not going to audiobook those. It's too important. I've got the book physically. It would be a shame. I did that with the Lies of what is the character's name? The Lies of P. The Lies of Loch Lamore. I started reading it and then I started listening to the audiobook and I was like, it kind of ruined the experience for me because I didn't quite like the voice actor who was doing the reading. And then I kind of fell off the whole thing. He sounded a little bit, I don't know, from my memory, he sounded a bit like Richard E. Grant, which I didn't like. Okay.
They are not for eating.
It's good fun. I would like to do some voice acting and I would like to do it for a game one day. I think I could do a pretty good job. I don't know if this is the game. Maybe if a budget happened, I would do it. If we got a budget for it. If someone was like... Because it would need to be more than just me. That's the thing. You need to pay someone quite a bit of money. I mean, I could probably do like maybe a handful of the voices, but I wouldn't be able to do. And then then there's a question of like internationalization and the voice acting for different languages. And like, at what point do you say like, okay, this character needs to be voiced, this character doesn't? Do you give them just grunts or like, hey, at the start of like a line of dialogue or something? Just like emotion lines, or do you fully voice act the whole thing? It's not easy to do. It's like a whole extra dimension to the game. My best Armin impression? It's not very good. My voice is too deep for Armin. Armin's voice is I think of it like this. I tried to develop a voice actually for it. I was in the car once and I was like, what does Armin sound like? And Armin's voice is like up here. This is kind of what he sounds like. It's sort of like a Harry from Harry Potter, but it's a bit more raspy. Maybe not quite that bad, but it's like an RP kind of Londony accent, and that's what he sounds like, yeah. Sort of. But actually, when I write him, he doesn't sound like that. He probably has an American accent. Just because of, I don't know, just because you watch TV and movies. But I would want him to have an English accent. Yeah, it's kind of like this, you know. A bit raspy, a bit higher. He's 18, you know, he's got his own thing going on. It's somewhere between Daniel Radcliffe and Cloud Strife. Like Harry Potter and Cloud. That's the voice he should have. But he's also kind of tall for his race, for like people in that world. So like, you know, maybe it can be a bit deeper. I'm not sure. Kind of raspy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, Tom Holland. Tom Holland, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, kind of. Tom Holland's a little bit he's kind of cheery, you know. Armin's a little it's not far. Tom Holland. Yeah. Sort of. Yeah, I think Tom Holland would be a good casting. I would be okay with that. Not for his looks, but just as a voice. I could see that. Pip pip cheerio. He does not. But he needs a little bit more attitude. I feel like Tom Holland, he's generally so, I mean, he's a good actor. He's done like a lot of, what's the word? He's got a lot of diversity in his acting, his range. But there's I haven't seen him play a role that's kind of anxious or like introverted. He typically plays extroverts. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Or like not quite like the anxious type. In my mind, the cast of Insignia is like the cast of Xenoblade Chronicles, like the English cast, you know, very like expressive, very sort of theatrical. Yeah. A little bit of Joseph Gordon-Levitt, a little bit. I mean, the ponytail is 100%. The undercut, yeah, you're right on the right direction there with that call out. There is a little bit of JGL in Armin, but English. Maybe not quite as innocent sounding. I feel like Armin is too smart to he's like the kind of guy who would, he tries to fit into the shape of the scenario that he's in socially a little bit, or he'll just leave it. Not quite as honest. He's not that honest of a person, Armin. He's a bit of a liar. But he's not a bad person. He just like doesn't know how to deal with people. An ant. Whereas what's his name? The character in Treasure Planet. What is his name? Miss Banks? Brooks? No. What's his name? Sam? No. Jim.
Jimbo!
Yeah.
Jimbo, me boy! SpongeBob, me boy! Jimbo! Beware the cyborg.
Yeah, Jim's you know, he's bright, young, plucky. He's kind of like he wants to make people proud. He's just a little misguided. Armin is kind of like he spent too long by himself. You know? He's not as enthusiastic. I'm just poking. Yeah, I'm just looking at the local space. No, don't. Sorry. I'm just looking at like the local area and I'm thinking like, does this match? So when I look at it, this sticks out at me. Like I'm looking at this and I see this and it looks unfinished. So I just do this and then I just kind of work it until I think it fits. Just poking. That's the word. Now it fits. You know, and I'll just do that until everything kind of fits. And then I zoom out, look at the whole thing. How's it going? Looking pretty good. There are certain little things that I'm noticing and keeping tabs of. Like this is too uniform. This line is too straight. So try to break it up a little bit, you know, here and there. Then also keep it as one body. Don't break away from it. And I'll just do that at a low level of detail. And then look at it from afar again and think, okay, not so bad. Maybe we cut into it a little bit more, like back here. And then if I'm going to do that, I should probably bring this down. Okay. Yeah, the mountain does. That's kind of where the final thing takes place. So there's actually a city on this mountain, which I haven't really drawn yet. I have drawn it in a different older version of this, but the idea is that there is a town situated like here-ish. It's a big castle town, and they've circled the entire mountain like a crown with a wall, big defensive wall. This might be a little too big. It's probably more like that. But also, it probably should be not this projection. Probably actually should be almost no projection, but whatever. Just because it's so far away. It should just appear basically flat, like parallel. And I mean, I'll probably render it as blue because it's so far away, you won't really be able to tell anyway what it is, but I'll just for now use like red. So the city has like number of towers. And in my kind of reckoning, there's kind of like a path that runs all the way down the side of the mountain. It ends up sort of over here towards us. The arete. Where have I heard that before? Is that an Earthsea thing? Did I just read about that? Oh, the edge of the mountain is the arete. Interesting. Arrête in French means stop, but I think it's double TE. And then there is the castle. Gondor. The White City. Gondor.
Our people. Our people.
I am going to draw the city, but I'm probably going to have to use colors that are just like this. I mean, not even that. What? Something like that. Greetings. Greetings. Hey, the Pal World theme. I was thinking, well, it's called augury in the game, but I'm thinking they might refer to it as like the crown city, maybe, because it's where the king lives, and also it's like a crown. Should I do that? Is that too loud to have the window there? Think the window adds to it? Okay. Wow. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it properly. Let me get rid of the alpha test. Whoa. That's so cool. Oof. It's so high up and so far away. I can do better. I know I can render it better, but picture that and now compare that to This was the previous version. Very different. But there's other ones too. Maybe not. Where is the older one? There's that, and that's fine. I guess I've got it everywhere. Was that really it? I'm sure I've drawn it before. I guess not. I'm gonna keep looking. I know I've got a picture of something somewhere. Oh. No, I mean, that's the same thing. It's just an older version. Nope. I guess it's just this one. Interesting. I just understand scale a different way. But actually, that is based on something. It's based on this. What I'm doing right now is I'm capturing one of the oldest mock screenshots in the game, which is this one. The background that I have now is based on that, and this mountain is the one with the castle on it. I started learning pixel art in 2013. So this became this. It's almost one-to-one. You can really see it grow. I actually still really like what this is doing. Yeah, there was something in the simplicity of it that was pretty good. I need to remember. I think I will have reached my peak as an artist when I know how to say the really loud things in a really soft voice. You know what I mean? It's like when I can figure out how to capture the stuff that I feel is most impactful with the least amount of brush strokes and the least amount of and energy, then I'll be doing it right. My OCD wants to know if you filled in the blank pixel you had on the right side of the blue mountain background. Blank pixel on the right side. The blue mountain background. I'm not sure. What are you referring to? There are none. What were you seeing? I guess the answer is yes. I mean, I can't see anything. The only thing about this scene that I think I miss is a town here. I want you to see the back, like the edge of the town where you've just come from. That's what it's missing. And I had been doing it that way. I had drawn that, actually. This? Not this. This is what I'm looking at now. It's really this scene. This here, on this sprite, you can see the town is sort of off behind. And I really didn't do the best job of that, but yeah, I know what I'm trying to show here. I just don't know where it needs to be. It's in front of this. Behind this. Kind of like this. I think the idea for this was that the trees would right up against it, but I don't know if it really flies. I'd have to do like a paint over. Yeah, like along here. Yeah, I guess it's right. It's right. But I've kind of not got it quite the same way. So it's not this grass. It would be another layer behind this, I suppose. Well, I guess in line with that. So like maybe I put it here. And the buildings are all kind of like this orangey color, but it needs to be like an orange. This requires a new color. It's like, that's the town. And there should be like a farmland here with like wheat fields. Otherwise, what's the mill for? Oh, you're in the way. Sorry. it's close, except the buildings need to be closer and the thing needs to be further. And in that, when we talk about that, this needs to be further in the background, but this needs to be in the foreground. Well, closer to the front. Oh no, the bug happened. All right, I gotta leave. But this won't play, because if you click play and you open this tab and this shows up, it will freeze. Has Acebright ever contacted you? I actually am relatively good acquaintances with the developer of Acebright, David. Yeah, he and I, we chat. Yeah, he's a nice guy. I think I'll just delete this. I don't think it's helping me. I don't need it. It's gone. Hey, Switchfall, thank you so much for the sub. And Fusion X88, thank you for the follow. I know Mr. Acebright. He's a really nice guy, and he seems a bit like overburdened a little bit sometimes. I feel like Acebright, for him to work on it, it's a lot. That's the kind of impression that I get. But you know, he's passionate about what he does, and he's been doing it for a long time, and he just wants to make the people who enjoy using the software proud. But he definitely seems like, similar to me, like he's got this big project, because he's doing it with his brothers as well, but I don't think they're as involved. I think it's mostly him. Yeah, but it just seems like a huge task, just like managing the whole thing and just whatever, being Mr. Acebright. It's so far out of the way. Did I not give it the right variable? Scroll anchor, yes. I mean, it's right. It's just like so hidden. mean, it should show up. Oh, it's a bit low, isn't it? That's why. Man, it needs to be way further back. That'll do. Not quite so in, maybe a little further to the side. And then on this layer, more town as well. All the way out this way. Okay. They feel a little far apart. Maybe I'll bring this a little bit closer. Or just keep making buildings. It's not that big of a town. It's not huge. Maybe I'll start petering it out a bit. It's more like farm homesteads and stuff. The farmland shouldn't go that far to the east. Doesn't go out quite that far. It's so much wider than I thought it would be. Yeah, that's good. And then the mill there. Yep. I did make this game. Could even do fields on the way in, sort of coming towards us. Let's see if I can do this. I don't really know what wheat fields look like, so I'm just sort of blocking them in for now. Where they at? Oh, they're too low. Okay, well, whoop. Yeah, that's better. But now down a little bit. Up a little. And then this up a little. Actually, the whole thing up ever so slightly. It's 6:52 p.m. Hey, Alpha Zulu. And then on this layer, I can put more lambda spread. Kind of ate everything off. That's better. But now I feel like we lose the town. Ooh, and maybe like a wagon. I don't know what I'm doing there, but whatever. Oh, that's pretty good. It's a pretty nice touch though. Maybe even like a pitchfork. Like a couple of hay bales sitting around here. I don't know, some kind of box or something. Maybe some loose straw. Lucille! All right. Nice, man. Wow. All right. I gotta go. This is fun. I will come back to this. Man, I'd love to put just like this much energy into so much more of the game. I feel like this did something to me doing this scene. I don't spend more than 50% of my time on art. I probably spend about the same amount programming. I spent about 8 months programming last year without doing any art. But it depends on how high the mountains are, Jerry. If you go to Switzerland, there's no deserts in Switzerland, but there's mountains all over it. Okay. Looks good. Can't wait to put a tutorial here. All right, I gotta go. Yeah, the Alps. They're a tall mountain range. What am I doing? I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. Thanks, pals. If you like my content, check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/AdamCYunus. For those of you on TikTok, I'm not streaming there yet, but one day I might. I do have a TikTok. For those of you on Twitch who don't know about my YouTube channel, I obviously have a YouTube channel. And for those of you on YouTube, I have a Twitch channel. So go follow me in all the places. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more of this. So that's it. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals, this has been the Indie Tales Game Dev livestream. Until next time.